Rahub Nababkak.
Rahub.
Oh, Rahub.
Right, you're a little loud. We are actually recording and we are live now.
Greetings all, welcome to Wu-Sabat Outformation Classes UK. Dr. Malachi, thank you for the introduction. I'm going to get started now for reflection and projection, the final part. So this is an extra class that we've put on to get to the end of this particular subject. We'll move on into our regular scheduled timetable in September. So thank you if you're joining us for this special or additional class today. So just going to do a few checks on sound and visuals. Hara M. Habab, because you're joining, you'll have to do an additional check, I think, just so we make sure that the sound is correct, because we're using a new piece of equipment. Just want to make sure that that's coming through okay. So, okay, let's get started then. Right, so I'm just going to run a couple of polls and just say Hara M. Habab, if you can give me a direct feedback. So, all asking the question to yourselves as the audience, can you hear me over the music, okay, or the background poll chant? Launch that poll now, so if you can vote accordingly. So, Hara M. Habab, you're going to have to unmute yourself. Can you hear me okay? Is the sound coming through okay? Is the background noise diminished?
Background sound is okay, and your volume is okay too.
Hara M. Habab, you there?
Yes, I am. I can hear you very well, Nababkak.
Okay, no problem. Background noise check.
All I can hear is you, and I can hear the background music, just about.
Okay, so you said it needs to be louder. What's the feedback here?
That's fine there. I don't know whether you just adjusted it, but I can hear it now.
Okay, no problem. Okay, tap. Okay, all right. Just want to also check audience. So I'm going to run another poll here. Can you see the presentation? Okay, so if you just give me some feedback on that, please, much appreciated. Excellent. Okay. Right. Thank you, everybody. Let's get cracking on. So we've got a fair bit of information to get through. I do want to get to the conclusion of this particular subject today. So let us move. Right, okay, so as a form of positive thinking, I'm going to do what we call Partak Yud in the Sabaean culture, and this is called the affirmation. So I'm going to say it in the Sabaean language first, and then so translate it into English. We start off our classes with this positive affirmation in terms of us connecting with our ancestors and existence as a whole. Okay. Adoy kale namazurat wu fakur ameh kasam un empa faut anuki jawef pa ashuk empa faut wu kale ashuk kawun jawef neya anuki kasam un empa faut wu pa faut kawun kasam un emneya anuki wahu ameh pa faut wu pa faut kawun wahu ameh neya nakuk kadur raju ameh kasam un empa faut wu khabu ameh mushahas un nakuk kadur kawan kale pafef nakuk dayur jawef pa faut ameh wase ameh dayarni kawun lakei bakoe jawef pa faut anuki abed bi nafashni pa faut kawun anuki pa faut kadur nakuk kadur pa faut amul nakuk amul. Okay, so we started off Partakyut, the affirmation, with begin all prayers and thinking as a part of the all. And we said, I'm in the love, the divine love of the all expanding, and all divine love is in me. I am part of the all expanding, and the all expanding is a part of me. I am one as the all expanding, and the all expanding is one as me. I can succeed as a part of the all expanding and fail as an individual person. I can be all that I want in the all expanding, as long as my want is to stay in the all expanding. I am never by myself. The all expanding is, I am. The all expanding can, I can. The all expanding does, I do. Okay, so that was, say, Partakyut, an affirmation. We start off our classes in so that in a positive way, so the class goes as best as it can for looking to achieve. If you join us for the first time on the Zoom platform, then we're just going to do a brief introduction on how to use the platform or how we use it in the context of this webinar. So in the first instance, you have a chat, you have your audio settings on the left. So if you've got any potential issues with your sound or you need to adjust your sound, then you use this feature or set of options on your left in order to do that. You've got three options, whether you're on a PC or a mobile device. You've got the chat, raise hand, and then the Q&A option there. So how we basically are using the messages section. So don't post any questions in here. If you've got any feedback for us, positive, negative, so on and so forth, just want to say what's up or give us feedback on the process, then and it's not a question, then use the chat facility for that. You select panelists and all participants. That ensures that, say, it appears to everybody, to the public, so don't get duplicate messages in that regard. Then if you have a question, then there's two primary ways of asking a question. So you simply raise your hand if you've got a question for myself as the student teacher today, Nabab Kakni Hess. And let's say once you've obviously selected that option, we will go to one of the facilitators, and they will obviously call out your name, and you will appear, a message will appear on the front of your screen that basically says, will you like to unmute yourself? So simply select unmute yourself. If you've accidentally raised your hand for some reason, then by all means, just give us that feedback so we can move on to the next person. But you unmute yourself, and then you'll go live to me to ask your question verbally. If you've dialed in, then Again, once you're called, in order to unmute your phone, you need to press *6, so that mutes, and then *6 again to unmute, to mute yourself back once you've asked your question, and then *9 in order to raise your hand. So I suppose you do it in that order. So *9 to raise your hand, and then obviously *6 to mute or unmute yourself. Now, once you've asked a question, because of the nature of the system, you've now got permission to unmute and mute yourself in the system. So just make sure that your phone sort of stays on mute, or your computer or whatever in the Zoom application stays on mute, so you don't interrupt the webinar going forward. If you don't want to go live verbally, then obviously you've got the option to put a written question in the question and answer section. And again, by doing so, one of the facilitators will ask the question on your behalf. So as I say, try and put just keep the questions whatever, straightforward, simple, or as much detail as you feel that you need to get the question conveyed across to myself. If it's from a specific book or whatever, it's always useful to quote from that, so that I understand where you're coming from and we're on the same page. Questions generally are on the topic that we're dealing with, which in this case is reflection and projection. If you have a question which is slightly left field of that, then if it can be answered fairly quickly, then as I say, it may be that we've got time, we'll deal with it. If not, I may refer you to another source to get the answer that you're looking for, and that's just so that we can maintain a level of focus. It's not that we're trying to avoid a question or anything of that nature. This doctrine is obviously very detailed, and as I say, it takes time sometimes to go through various different subjects. As you can see, we're on part, I think 5, in fact, or this is 4.5, one might say, of this particular one book. And if I say to you, we've probably covered a third of what's actually in the book itself. That probably would be a bit of an exaggeration. So, got questions? And if you join for the first time, because we're in a latter part of the actual webinar subject, if you don't understand something, please do not sit there in ignorance. Ask your questions. We're happy to clear anything up to help you and aid with your understanding. Okay, so periodically, as you've already seen, we may have poll recap quizzes through the session, and that's just to make sure that what's being conveyed is understood. As I say, some things you may not know the answer to. If you just use your best guess, it's anonymous, so there's no need to feel embarrassed or whatever in terms of testing your knowledge. It's just to help you, say, to be engaged in the process. So please fully take part in, even if you don't think you know all of the answers, because it's a part of yours and our learning in terms of the feedback that we get of whether what we're communicating is coming across clearly. Okay, right. So we're going to get into the subject matter now. Just bear with me one moment. Bear with me one moment. Right, apologies for that. Okay, so when we're dealing with our doctrine, and especially dealing with anybody's doctrine, it's important that you have some understanding of the founder or the nature of the organization, and so you should do a detailed research on that to know exactly the source that sits behind the teachings and what the how as what certain words are being used, what that means to that particular culture or to that organization, or even insofar as the detail of picking up something like a dictionary, how the person thinks, what they believe in culturally, so on and so forth, defines how they're going to use certain words. So to make sure that you are understanding how a person is speaking, what they're speaking, even writing, and so on and so forth. One of the important things about communication is to make sure that you understand what the person's saying and they understand what you are conveying in that regard. So we do a little bit of an introduction to you to know where we're coming from. Certainly in a lot of the older scrolls, Dr. Malachi Z, Dr.York, or Cran took a lot of time of showing you the various different schools and titles and various things that he had studied and held, so that you would understand very specifically where he's coming from and what perspective he's writing from. Some of these things are incredibly important, particularly for us as Nagar Nadu, which is Negroids, when we are trying to find out who and what we are in this day and time. These are the things that you have to take the detailed time to look into in order to know, as I say, whether this information is for you and whether it's going to work to your benefit. So one of the things important is doing, and we've been talking about this for some weeks in regard to the previous parts of this class, is to know, let's say, a little bit about the genealogy of the individual. So importantly, Dr. Malachi Z. York bin Okran was born in Takoradi, Ghana, June 26, 1945, and he was born to a Mary Abba Okran York, also known as, say, Fatima for short, or Fatima Maryam, born March 10th, 1929, and crossed over to the other side on August 4th, 2012, and so she now joins as part of our Slafu, which basically means ancestors in English, and you see her here depicted in the crown of the clan mother, which she was, and now that's was handed over to her daughter in this day and time. And as I say, a significant individual, because in Wu-Sabat, which is this doctrine that we're teaching today, which you joined us to learn about, leaders are born, or we are of the viewpoint that leaders are born, they are not made. Understood? So this means that genes are incredibly important when we are thinking about, okay, well, what is it that a person being born into this world, what have they been destined or designed to do in that regard as those genes start to express themselves? And that part of that divine plan is formulated, conceived, and shaped within the womb of a sacred feminine. Understood? So, because I think of advances in technology, society, certainly in the West, has become much more complacent, I think, about the birthing process in itself, and therefore we don't place the kind of sacredness around the preparation that goes into producing a child. Understood? Yet, from a technological point of view, it's not something that can be easily replicated. So somebody who doesn't or hasn't got the ability to produce children certainly knows that to their heart as a result, not being able to do that. But even in our culture, even if a woman has or does not have children, she is still considered to be a mother. So it's important to understand the kind of respect that needs to be afforded to sacred feminine in this day and time. We maybe need to think about in terms of what's being classified as chivalry, how that needs to be reclassified in this day and time, because certain movements now consider that to be offensive, and women can do this, I don't need a man to hold the door open, and so on and so forth. But in reality, because the importance of the woman in terms of not only her role in nature, natural nature, but how her importance is in the as it pertains to us as a human race. Certainly, she is worthy of somebody opening the door for, worthy of the kind of all these things that should be afforded to the respect of women today. And what we do see in our society, unfortunately, seems to be going in the other six ether direction, is that the expression of the independence that nature is affording, those powers are being used to promote sexual liberation in a way that is culturally arguably detrimental. And there's nothing, as I say, wrong with a woman showing off the beauty of her body and so on and so forth. But in the absence of some of the things around the kind of misuse of the sex force or sex power as it pertains to our race, this is where it becomes problematic. So we can see what is being promoted out there and what is being produced, and then the impact that it's having adversely on the children coming out today, whereas it could be used in a much more positive way, as I say. And this is what we need to be mindful of, what is being produced in this day and time, and what is being pushed, as I say, by certain forces that sit behind the media, music industry, so on and so forth. It's all about controlling of the minds, to control the genes, to control the future output of what those children are actually going to be. So arguably, Mary Abbott Akran York is one of the most important women born in the last 6,000 years, because of the combination of her ability, with the help of Parnathara, our ancestors, to formulate the being or the vessel that is part of the solution to get us out of the situation we find ourselves in today. A people under the spell, called the spell of a man in ancient Egypt today, known as the spell of sleep, that we are under, which causes us not to be able to unify mentally, and therefore we are not unified physically. Although the spell, by way of the outformation coming in the form of information in this day and time, is being broken, but all of us obviously have to work on our individual selves as part of that first step of liberation. So a very important sacred feminine in this day and time as Mary Abbott Akran York. His father was Al-Hadi Abdul Rahman Al-Mahdi, and again of the royal family of Sudan, and the grandson of Muhammad, Mustafa Muhammad al-Mahdi, called the Mahdi, in fact, of the Sudan. He was born in 1845 to 1885. Yeah, a significant individual, excuse me, of, as I say, of the Dongolawi tribe, understood, and part of what we refer to as the genetics of pre-dynastic ancient Egypt, understood, as I say, in class rebirth of Egypt and the matriarch, to sort of demystify this continual separation of Black Egyptians and Egyptians. All of the origin of it is from us, but there are aspects of it where our genes obviously were a lot stronger, and we were less mixed. And so in Wu-Sabat, when we go back into the past, remember, we are going back to a point where our genes or our mindset, our link to our ancestors, was at its strongest point. And this is why you're learning about it and then bringing that obviously into the present, so we can take control of our ruling future. So again, a significant individual playing his part and linking, as I say, two cultures together. As I say, you see Ghanaian and Sudanese culture. And then, interestingly enough, as I say, Mary Abbott Akran York also brings the Native American side of the culture together as well. So the two kind of east-west, if you want to call it that, meeting in the middle, producing this individual, as I say, known as Dr. Malachi Z, York or Kran. Yeah, you see a picture of Mohammed Ahmad al-Mahdi of the Sudan there, and I say the royal family of the Sudanese still today. Now, this is master teacher at age, or who we call master teacher. I'm at age 25, when he states that he was initiated and received it in housing in the first instance by the name of El Hadir in the first 30 years when we were going through the religious degrees, and then with the formulation or production of the holy tablets, which is the 8th seal out of the 9 seals, symbolic of the so-called major scriptures. Then that was handed off to housed by the incarnated master known as Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn. And as I say, these aspects of our culture seem unfamiliar to us. In ancient Egypt, this vehicle or vessel was known as an Amun Nabab Rayay Achakhtar, understood, and in the renewal of our story every 25,000 years, this was necessary because clearly when we're talking about information, when we're talking about the different races out there, each have their own spiritual science and a way in which they connect into natural nature and existence per se. They can steer away from their original purpose, original teachings, so on and so forth. So the feminine forces of nature always birthed and produced leaders amongst us in order to steer us back to what our original purpose is. Now, in this day and time, when we come to the end of the cycle, the 19th elder, which is Yaanuwn out of 24, occupies and takes the seat of the 25th elder. So if you imagine a wheel with 24 seats around it, like we have 24 constellations, not 12, because each one of them have a positive and negative aspect to them. And if you think about the center on Earth, that each one of them is given symbolically 1 hour to convey certain information to help to, say, raise us up as a race and transform us from mortals back into deities again. So at the end of the 24th cycle, the 19th elder occupies a seat of the 25th with other incarnated masters, as say, to perform that task in the last half an hour to aid our transformation. Do you understand? You think about what we've been through in the last 6,000 years since the creation of the Celtic or the Caucasian race, who have served to hinder our progress. We are far behind where we are supposed to be. And this happens, as strange as it may sound, this is the way in our culture that the teachings govern the development of the genes on our race as their children. So you're talking about beings who have existed for hundreds of millions, if not trillions of years, but obviously seeded us here in terms of life here on Earth, and have been concerned about the development or created this universe and are concerned with the development of our race. And therefore, whether you want to call it prophets, teachers, so on and so forth, how they've been interpreted, gods and different things of that nature, birthed amongst us to raise us up, understood, in terms of our ascension journey. Now, each of the different races has their own prophets and teachers, so on and so forth, many of which whom you know because they have left an imprint in terms of the human story, or human, they call it history, but human story in terms of their impact worldwide. So you can think about Confucius, the Mahatma Gandhi, so on and so forth. But certain that information was tailored for the people and the genes that they were from. It was not necessarily tailored for us. That doesn't mean to say that we can't learn from others, understood, but a conflict comes in as we start to look in some of the detail of these things. Like, for example, Mahatma Gandhi is seen to be peaceful protest But for you as a black person looking at his teaching, you could look at his teaching and say, yes, this is useful, this is valuable information. I'm looking at just on face value. But in the actual person, he was a racist. Sadly, like black people. So the reality of the situation, you're going to find those type of conflicts because people sent to their people are about their people. Understood? And so this is our track, and you're not going to know that unless you start to get into the ancient Egyptian, ancient Tamarian culture and understand it from that perspective. And the point being made before we move into the kind of final part of this is that when you try to look up the English language, for example, which most of us in the West are speaking the predominant languages of UK, where we're based, and in America, yes, when you go to define words and you look for a process of etymology to find out the real meaning of words, then it oftentimes will take you back to a Latin, Greek definition. If it goes back further, then we may find ourselves in, again, Indo-European definitions, so going back into Mesopotamia, Babylonian, maybe if it goes as far as that. But they're so-called the masters of their scientific schools, which still, as I say, feature today in many universities, of the Aristotles, the Platos, Hippocrates, so on and so forth. These individuals studied in ancient Africa, specifically ancient Egypt. They studied under us. So the question always is, well, where's the African or ancient Egyptian, Muhammadu, definition of the words? Because if you translate something, not only does it change, but you lose something in the meaning. So where is the African definition of the words for universe, for nature? Where are these words and definitions? And what was the thinking that came and sitting behind those words that led to them being defined or written in the way in which they were? If we don't know that, then we're not close enough to the origin of human history. And they spend hundreds of millions of pounds and dollars, even billions, we might as well say, studying or seeking the origin of life, origin of the universe, how certain things were created or whatever. And they spend most of that time in Africa digging up bones. Yet there's a subliminal message which goes out to blacks specifically. It's that you stay away from ancient Egypt. You stay away from ancient Africa. So much so is that most of the leaders that we've had over the past century, the ones that taught a back to Africa doctrine, understood, are the ones that were attacked, the ones that were assassinated either by character or in certain cases found themselves attacked physically, say, in this day and time. Yeah, so if you're teaching a stay in America, stay in the West type doctrine, understood, generally speaking, they make it life difficult for you, but they generally tend to leave you to convey that message. The ones that are talking about go back to Africa in this day and time, so on and so forth, those are the ones that find themselves, much like the master teacher, under attack, understood? Because they don't want you delving back there where the real secrets are, where the real origin of who you are is there, and also, interesting enough, the real origin of who they are. Because the Caucasian or the Mukasu in this day and time has been brainwashed. The Nagaru in this day and time, or Negroids, have been brain dirtied. So they have been brainwashed into thinking that they are superior, where their origin has been almost washed from their mind, and their culture and who and what they are has been replaced by way of the Tel vision. And so who they are, their self-esteem, so on and so forth, is what is promoted and pushed through predominantly television, cinema, and various other movies and media, so on and so forth. Their superiority comes from there. And they've spent predominantly a number of decades now hiding, as certain records are being uncovered, hiding the origin of where they really came from. Understood? When you look at a lot of our country names, it describes the origin of the people or where they came from. It's a descriptor of the people. You think about Nigeria, where the word Niger or Niger is in there. Do you understand? Sudan, land of the two blacks. You look at the repurposing of the word Africa in Zabaic by the master teacher. It now says, well, let's say Africa, because from the Arabic word farqa, which means to divide and separate. But in the Zabaic language, they repurpose and say, well, afaf rayay ka'a, and saying from the sun's spirit. Understood? So it's describing the people, and the people maketh the place. It's describing who we are as a people, and getting to the essence of us. It's always a descriptor in that sense. We start looking up words like Britain, France, America. Even America does relate to the people, but not the ones who are there at the moment. Understood? Yeah, it doesn't take you back. Sweden, look up these names. Germany, look up the names. Italy, yeah, look up these names and see whether it takes you back to an origin of the people. We're supposed to think, for example, that the Romans were birthed by two twins, Romulus and Remus, by a she-wolf named Estragon. In England, are we supposed to believe the myth of King George, whatever it is, St. George's Day or whatever, and he fought with a dragon? These are the stories that make up his story, but it's not a tangible origin of where they came from. And if racism on this planet is to be eliminated, as the cancer, which it is, we need to replace racism with race unity, then we have to get back to a point where at least everybody knows who everybody is on the planet. Understand? Because understanding those pieces of the puzzle and where everybody's come from, whether certain people have dominant genes and others have recessive genes, if we know what it is, then we can start from there, from a point of fact, from a point of truth, understood? And that enables us to think about unifying as a collective human race, looking after the planet. When we are subject to deception and lies and subjugation and these types of things, these are not the precursors, these are not the seeds for a unified race. Even though we may look different, understood, we can still, as I say, look, as we've come together in a lot of instances over this pandemic, we can still look after the planet and look after ourselves in a more positive way as times were done in the past. So the issue is that without a foundation of truth, that can't happen. Understood? And in order for us to get to a place where we're able to better help and assist, we have to fix ourselves first. Nobody else is going to do that apart from us. And so that help comes in the form of incarnated masters such as Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn in the personage of Dr. Malachi Z as the Amanubira Akata, as the warner for us in this day and time, as a transmitter for us in this day and time, to convey to us the outformation that is needed to transform us, as I say, coming to information to transform us from mortals back into deities again, back from the what we became into who we are according to natural nature's rules. And so for us, we need to retain an open mind in terms of us learning about new things about ourselves as a people. And many have sacrificed along the way and continue to sacrifice to ensure this information, as it comes to you in the form that you can absorb, you can research and make changes to improve your daily lives and the lives of your families, so on and so forth, and change the destiny of our people. So this is the same part about stance of a certain order. As I say, definitely necessary for us to understand in this day and time. Now, I'm going to refer you all to previous parts, to go through introductions on detail, because I want to focus our attention on making sure we complete what we need to for today. So if you're new to the class, say either ask questions or, as I say, go to the previous parts of our YouTube channel. So the spiritual science we're dealing with is Wu-Sabat, to keep it nice and simple. We're dealing with factual information. Yeah. So before a people can, and when this spiritual science revisits the revisits or comes back around again for its renewal, it always revisits the posterity or the descendants of our race first. Yes, and in order to correct and clean up the mind, because nothing can be done right unless the mind is right. Right thinking leads to right actions. So the mind has to be addressed first, so in terms of things, information that we're receiving about our origins, about who we are, about where our destiny, where we're going. It must be logical, must be factual, it must be able to be confirmed to give us the confidence that we need to invest our emotional energy in transforming and making the changes we need, as I say, to aid our race, but also transform us as individuals, which also aids and fixes the destiny of our own lineage and genetic. So Wu-Sabat is that spiritual science that the ancient Egyptians used to build the pyramids, so on and so forth, that culture being reimagined in this day and time, tailored because the genes have tumbled forward, and we are our ancestors, but we're not the same, because as I say, many modifications, interceptions, so on and so forth in the genome. So doctrines have to be designed for the day and time we're in. And what we're seeing here is a list of teachers part of an extraterrestrial plan, if it were. You see the word planet, plan ET, part of an extraterrestrial plan, let's say, to help, let's say, correct the path that we're going down, self-destruction as opposed to self-preservation, and how the doctor had to devise a medicine, a cure in the form of an antidote. So when you think about antidote, the interesting thing about an antidote is it has part of the poison that originally made you sick within it. So to trigger one's immune system to develop the necessary cure from within to then attack that disease. So that those antibodies are part, as you would classify, they got a little bit of, but they're doing good intentions. You understand? Because basically it has a bit of the negative, so you understand the nature of the adverse people that you're fighting against, in order then to develop or be immune to the kind of attacks that are coming your way, so you can focus on the solution. In a similar way, it's like these lesser mysteries, or the Bible, the Quran, and the Torah, understood, these monotheistic religions, which are people are so emotionally and heavily invested in, understood, yes, were necessary for us to master those, in order that we would be proven that all of those sources of information came from ancient Africa. You understand? Which you see predominantly as their God sending their prophets, etc., to ancient Africa from ancient Egypt to learn, or as a form of safety. The interconnection with ancient Africa and ancient Egypt is what gives those books its validity. However, they are the lesser mysteries. They have no basis in terms of fact, as harsh as that may sound, because of how much years and emotional energy we've invested. They have not proven themselves today. The same books that were given to us in our bondage and slavery, and Islam is just today, it's just another form of Christianity given to the people who, as I say, who want a more, you understand, a more rebellious and more disciplined, as they consider it to be, version of religion today. So the reality is that it's part of the same spider web of multiple choice options that are out there, which you perceive that you are making actual choices. You understand? When in actuality, somebody has run up ahead to control all of the various different aspects and courses of your life by running up and saying, okay, boom, you choose out of these options which we give you. As long as you stay within that, understood, everything's going to be cool. You come up and create your own religion for yourself, we're going to call you a cult, understood, and we'll find a way to attack you and bring you down, and nobody even blinks an eyelid when that happens, because as long as, if that person is attacked to their version of Muhammad, their version of Jesus, their version of God, or whatever, then people feel just any behavior, even murder and killing of men, women, children is justified because a person said out their mouth, well, I think I'm the incarnation of Jesus, or I think I'm the incarnation of God, or whatever the case may be. They feel that any just behavior in the system is then justified as a result of that. And it might be slightly different in this day and time, but this is what's happened in the past. Understood? And so certain things have been overlooked. And in actuality, for us as a people who's on the come up, so to speak, in inverted commas, we need that new information. We don't need that old Black history type information. We need new information in this day and time. We don't need that old slavery talk in the sand, analysing what took place in slavery. We need new information for this day and time. We need new information about what are our genes, what's the purpose, so on and so forth. And we need facts. We need belief and faith. We need facts. That's the best type of knowledge and therefore necessary for our people. So a certain, say, process had to be laid out over in the 60 minutes symbolically of the 1 hour given to each elder. That time had to be used a certain way in order to map out a methodology, let's say, to remove this spell of sleep from our people, which causes us to see, but yet we don't really see. Hear, but yet we don't really hear. Understood? And Wu-Sabat as the original, as I say, science of our people, factual information about all knowledge that you can think of under and above the sun is being conveyed to us to aid our transformation, force those genetic explosions, along with the cycles of nature, let's say, which are causing you to feel more spiritual. You understand? Which is 2012 is one, or they would call it procession change. 2012, forcing that awareness where people are becoming more spiritual. Who am I? Where did I come from? I don't believe what the white man is saying, etc. I need to find out who I am from source of who I am. And that is a feeling generated, as I say, by activity that's taken place on what is known as Ba'h Yaanuwn, or the planet Earth, which happens every 12 to 13,000 years. So when we came into knowledge of who we are, the spell was broken, so we undertook these first few degrees. That is pre-hereafter, when the devil's rule, or so to speak, the Mukaso Caucasians' time was up. At the end of their 6,000 years, they were given a certain amount of dominion to rule according to their overlords or extraterrestrials. And this was placed on the telomerase, understood, of their genes. Yep, so we have telomeres on the end of each chromosome, which determines how many times cells will recycle or regenerate, understood, and if analysed correctly, can tell a person how long they're actually going to live for. And the telomerase obviously is pertaining to the race. So this is something that was programmed. So their expiry time was at the year 2000. After and us coming into the knowledge of who we are, instead of coming into what we refer to as the sun cycle. So that hereafter the devil rules ended is known as the hereafter. When we acknowledge the 2012 situation, which actually happened before 2012 is actually a symbolic date, but the rise of the female back to power and the, I suppose, recalibration of us from patriarchal going back to matriarchal, at that point, that is known as the thereafter. Understood? Yes? So these are the time periods moving into our time cycle. Understood? And us getting back into one of the greatest gifts that's been given us back to us in this day and time is the ability for us to speak our own language again. Not Swahili, which is a slave traders language, a combination of Bantu and Arabic. Slave traders language. So it doesn't link us into the ancestors that we need to align ourselves with natural nature, but rather at least align ourselves with pain and suffering that our ancestors went through. Understood? So a new language had to be given to us in this time. So that was gifted as the reintroduction of the Nawapic language, and so, or now known today as Mispati or Sabaik language for us in this day and time. You see, they show you in that movie several years ago, I think it was called Arrival. check out that book when you arrive. And interestingly, one of the books is referred to as the language books is being referred to as the language of time. Yeah, the language of time. and how it's changing. So the language is changing our perception of time. Yeah, past, present, and future. Or for us, then, now, then. Yeah, the language of time. Telling you that the language is one of the most important things that you need to learn in this day and time. Yeah, the expression of yourself in that tongue. It's one of the hardest things for people to focus on and learn in Wu-Sabat. Yeah, it's a language. But that's what's also going to help to transform us tonally. It also fuels, as say, the cultural expression. Because when you think of two Italians speaking, or you hear two Italians speaking, you think pasta, spaghetti, all these different things. I can't think of the others. But you know what I'm talking about. Yeah? All things associated with Italian culture immediately then come to mind in that regard because of the language. And so we have to get back to that with the expression of Wu-Sabat in this day and time. Understood? So as I say, check out the previous parts for a more detailed introduction. We're going to jump straight into the class. We don't miss parts that have a tendency to sometimes to go on a bit. So, right, let's just look at right. You have to excuse me with this. Facilitators, are there any questions at the moment?
No questions.
Right, there's no questions.
Okay, right. As you can see, we've covered a lot of information in these classes, and we were working our way through, I think, the power of concentration. So in this reflection and projection class, we've been talking about for some weeks in various different guises the importance of how the mind or the mental, so let me start slightly back, is that how we as human beings are made up of ourselves, obviously, which us being 1/3 our mother, 1/3 our father, and 1/3 us. And then sitting beneath that is 4 generations. Understood? Our mother, our father, our grandfather, so on and so forth, on both sides, up to 4 generations. Yeah, so we are 29 plus 1. Understood? I.e., we are the 30th at the driver's seat, so to speak. And we've got these other ancestors who are carrying their spirits, sometimes their desires, all their experiences, all recorded in their DNA, which was transferred to us in our mother's womb by way of the blood transfer in the placenta. Yes, so we didn't just inherit nutrients to enable us to grow and develop. We also, as part of nature's rules, we inherited, as I say, these personalities or spirits, which can dictate or have an influence on the very decisions that we're making in our lives. Understood? And part of the spell of sleep is the fact that we were unaware of these forces. Yeah, so you have visible adverse forces, they teach you right knowledge, and you have invisible adverse forces. Part of the spell was spiritual ignorance. We were ignorant of, or we ignored this whole vastness of this spiritual world, yeah, or have a lack of proper understanding into an overstanding of it to protect ourselves from its adverse attributes, as well as utilize its positive attributes to strengthen our spiritual power and take much more control of the physical life that we find ourselves in today. So we recognize the fact in the previous parts of this class that this aspect of reflection and projection was talking about the fact that these 30 can have an influence on what a person is actually looking at. So The fact that our eyes work inward to outward, so you're basically you're looking at reflection of light off of the object onto the retina, which is shown upside down. Then based on knowledge and information, as we were expressing before, you generate this three-dimensional holographic image internally in the brain. And then what happens is you then project out that image onto what it is that we are said to be looking at. Yeah, so you project it onto the object. So in this physical plane, we are looking at an interpretation of the world through our mind. The point of reflection and projection is saying, hey, Nagaru, you need to be careful, because these 30 or 29 ancestors can have an influence and manipulate how we see things. Understood? Some positive intent, some with negative intent. And as well as not only those 29, at certain points within the 29's lifestyle, they mixed in, or lifetime, they mixed in with other people or exchanged fluids, sexually or otherwise, whatever, with other people, and took upon their 30, whoever they'd mixed in. So we've got forces within our own, internally within us, that can influence, as I say, our behavior, activities, so on and so forth, to empower forces that, say, promote enhance their agenda, and that can be working against us. Understood? Depleting at certain times our spiritual powers to fuel forces that are working against us. Understand? 6 ether versus ourselves at 9 ether, and how people are utilizing our emotional energy to, as I say, empower spiritual forces, the force of death, decay, and destruction, which is 6 ether, versus the forces of life, preservation, positivity, so on and so forth, yes, and growth, etc., and manipulating where the real power is and diverting that energy, as I say, to fuel decay and destruction, chaos, so on and so forth. So this is what the power, or one of the ways in which to eradicate that, or to get it under control, say not eradicate, but to get it under control, is the power of concentration. This is some detail in the last class. Yeah, so part 4, we're now in the final part of part 4 being extended. So we're going to go through this part to act and say, usually we don't do as much reading specifically as this, but we're going to do it today so we can go through the various different issues and bring you to a proper conclusion of this reflection and projection class. So, power concentration. Let's kick in. So, I think we probably got to about here before I may, in fact, just go back. Right, so I think for the previous class we were around this point, yeah, and so we were making a point just to bring people up to speed where we were, how the 6 ether, or the system that kind of works against us, utilizes many amongst our race to, I say, be the face of, or work to symbolically, to cause us to exhibit more 6 ether behaviors, and not behaviors that which weaken us, and not behaviors and leave us to become an etheric battery, as well as in certain cases a physical battery for the forces of the Celtics, the Caucasians, or whatever, to divert our energy to give them life, based off of the true kind of energy bank, which is ourselves. Understood? Part of the kind of characteristics of throwing us off our frequency, which then causes us to be out of tune with our ancestral forces and our ancestral help, and then it's causing us now to be off key. We're out of our natural selves or where we should be progressing towards, particularly in the amount of time where they would have expected us to have evolved to from when our genes in some were placed in the waters many sort of eons ago, and where we should be now. And the same now, we're being sort of the children in terms of Panatharah being taken advantage of. So certain people are being placed as ghouls, black devils, so on and so forth. And we talked about many, some innocently being used, some you could argue maybe knowingly playing those roles, where you've got forces sitting behind where blackface is being used. So particularly in the hip hop world, we're seeing a lot of products being sold specifically to our people. And sometimes you think, well, okay, that's because we're proud, isn't it? That's the entrepreneurial spirit of that particular individual. Yeah, go ahead. If they're able to pull up their self from the muck and mire and make it, great. But then when you see, okay, well, there's Celtics behind them who are selling products into our people, but they're not selling it to their own children. It's not being promoted to their own children, their own sons, daughters, or whatever, wives, women, men, so on and so forth of their race. But then they're using the profits from the sales from our race, so their daughters, kids, whatever, can go to top schools, etc. And those products are causing detriment to our race. You have to raise your eyebrows around it. Understood? And there are people, as you know, willing to play that role. Understand? By way of it, you see it in movies, actors, the way they depict them in certain ways or whatever. You see it in the music industry, and even comedians. You understand? Yeah, doing a lot of coonish stuff or whatever. Understood? Which we have to accept in this society of multiple choices as entertainment. Yes. So the question is for us now in this day and time: is that throwing us off that frequency? Because the more we're out of tune, the more white noise it creates. If you imagine you're tuning in to the frequency of Wu-Sabat, yes? And so we are receiving, through way of our true hair, curly hair, we're supposed to be receiving this outformation. It's going to come to us in the form of information, cosmic information is being broadcast on a frequency by our ancestors that keeps us, as I say, on that evolutionary pathway, knowing the right places to be, right, so on, their behaviors to be doing, do you understand? Because things change as the planet is changing, universe is changing, so on and so forth. So keeping us in tune with that frequency is very important, as you do for your chanting, you learn the language, reading books, so on and so forth, eating the right foods, drinking a sufficient amount of water, maintaining a positive mental state in your life, not being too stressed out, so on and so forth. These are all things that keep us in line and in tune. And there are forces continually in our environment that want to throw that frequency off, leaving us vulnerable to become food for adverse forces, literally and also from an energy point of view, physically and from an energy point of view. So let's work through this now. So 88 says, thinking like him and thinking is your own original fakarat, thoughts, literally out of your mind. You're not insane, you are in fact outsane. You are out of your sanity or of a sound mind, sensible. Understood? Now, it says, so efficient tashad, concentration, yeah, because this is what we were making reference to, part of the solution, as well as having a psychic self-defense. Part of the solution is our ability to concentrate. So it's saying to you, so efficient tashad, concentration, is not easily achieved if all that has invaded your subconscious, akal mind. So remember we talked to you previously about reflection and projection, which is ancestral manipulation within your 4 generations of your vision. But we also talked to you about mind's eye and the fact of, in the mind's eye, the fact that we are very imaginative, creative people, that everything that's been programmed into since we were born and our eyes opened, everything that we have looked at, seen, taken in by the senses has been captured in our subconscious mind, particularly various cartoons, movies, different things that we've seen. And the brain has a way of making those things appear real. When they say seeing is believing, gave you an example, I think in the last class, of how, why is it if what people are seeing sometimes visually is real, when they have visions like stigmata, for example, where somebody might envisage Mary or Jesus with blood bleeding from their hands, and people have seen extraterrestrials and other different things. Why is it always the vision is what the person sees is always what they believe in? And we showed you about, well, the Christian never gone to the well and say, hey, I saw Buddha appear in front of me on the road, or whatever the case is. It's based on their belief, or seeing is believing. Understood? In terms of that, that is being generated from images which they have seen or taken in or concocted in their subconscious mind. This is the mind's eye. Hence why in verse 77, we showed previously of ultimate reality, why even it talks about inspiration and things of this nature. What you're receiving in your head in terms of thoughts still has to be checked out, still has to be verified, etc., against actual facts. Yes, you still have to go through that process of checking things. Some people think, well, I received it in my head, therefore it's internal to me, and when I express it, whether that's because I'm some special individual, so on and so forth. I'm not saying you're not. We're not saying you're not. What we're saying is it still needs, your ancestors dealt with actual facts, factual information, knowing things. So everybody has to do the work. I'm not in your mind, as you're not in my mind. You can't see inside a person's mind. In fact, the only being that's even confirmed the existence of another person physically is a pregnant mother. Because everybody else, we are, remember, the center of our own universe, isn't it? It's all about you to you. You are the center of the universe. Everything's revolving around you to you. Yes, so images can be generated. We have to be careful. Images can be generated. Oh, I saw extraterrestrial, I saw this or whatever. Not to say that those things don't exist and are not real. It's just to say you have to also be conscious of what the human mind can generate. And because images are being generated internally, this is why we have to be mindful of that. And why, if you ask yourself, why the Caucasian or the Celtics got you watching certain cartoons, as we've shown you, that programming your subconscious mind with certain images as a kid, then when you get older, they're programming you with other types of images. We told you the manipulation, the word Mumra, a character in Thundercats, a cartoon we used to watch as a child, as a kid. Understood? Yeah, but Mumra is a Tamarayan word which was related to people who were part of a certain order for us. And so it means beloved. You know, Mumra, the character, was far from beloved. Yeah, if you're on the side of the Thundercats, and all the images associated with that tone. Understood? Yes. So I'm getting feedback on the sound. Is the sound loud enough? There's some feedback from the facilitators here. I did ask you to check this before. Can we correct this? Yeah.
I can hear you. I can hear you fine. Yeah, you're a little bit louder now.
So let's correct that problem for the audience, please. So let's not make it so we've got the thing. What do I need to do on this settings here?
Just increase the gain a little.
Okay. Right, is that better? Is there no difference?
That's slightly better, and I'm getting comments say that's nice, just need a little more projection, but I can hear you fine.
Okay, is that better? Is that louder? Just increase the gain slightly. Is that better?
That certainly is.
Okay, please continue to feedback if it's not loud enough, Towatag. And say, facilitators, if it's not loud enough, feel free to interject. I want people to, as I say, have a differential experience if we can do something to improve it. Towatag. Right, okay, so as I say, we are looking, as I say, at the different aspects, and so I urge you to sort of go back to the previous parts to go into those in some more detail. Understood. But is it saying here? So concentration not easily achieved with all that has invaded your subconscious akal mind in your cells of the brain's consciousness while you are mawen awake and while you are nawum sleeping. Understood? So either way, yes, we can be affected in the dream state or in the wake state. 92. Your world is a materialization of thought forms, Nwapu or Sabians, yeah. And 93. Thought forms of Kahen Akal and divine intelligence, intelligence, yeah, or intel the genes. And those Kawatat forces of the spirit world after Khatet El physical life. 94. It exists as vibrations, as tones, as colors, seeking and feeling by your emotions or in a Shat energy in motion, just as there are waves of heat, light, electricity, and the Shat energy. 95. They are also thought waves linked to Saratat, etheric cords, to the ethereal Kawatat forces that you call spirit, Har, spectre, spook, tayaf, ghost, or ectoplasm. So we were talking to you about the factors. I think we covered this last time, but we're just going to go through it quickly. So obviously, human being senses are wired to what their sight in terms of what they see is wired to 400 to 700 nanometers, and in terms of sound, what we hear is between 20 to 20,000 hertz. And if you look, it's a very small aspects of the electromagnetic spectrum. So our existence, or our perception of existence is very narrow. So anything that appears or is vibrating outside of those ranges, it exists, but you won't see it. Yeah, so we have to be cognizant of the fact that there are things that exist that we don't see. And obviously animals and other life forms here on Earth have a wider range of perception than what we've been taught in terms of the way to use our senses as human beings, and can perceive these things, hence why in certain rituals, certain animals are used for that reasoning. Understood? So, as I say, we were talking about the fact that, as I say, when our vibrational rate is lowered, can be lowered in various ways, we can be subject to attack by, as I say, certain these adverse or lower forces, discarnate entities that may take advantage or seek to take advantage, either to experience desire or the experience, I say, fulfilling a certain desire, because they are discarnate, they don't have a physical body, understood, but they have that desire or the energy that's sitting inside of them in certain instances because they were too material to make it out of the physical plane. And so, as the example that was given previously, if you are thirsty, for example, if you imagine that multiplying, but you don't have a physical body to drink a drink or a water, then you're going to inhale somebody or look to do anything just to get that feeling of quenching that thirst. And this can be for many different types of desires. Forces out there, as I say, are waiting to manipulate the human body, because we are both etheric and, as I say, physical, whereas they are only, as I say, energy, be it of a lower type nature. Understood? Yes. So it says thought has tremendous, 96, thought has tremendous saham power. 97, everyone experiences it to some degree, yet vibrate at different rates of ether. Understood? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah. So basically 9, 8, and 7, just to remind people, will always be of your own ancestry. When you're dealing with 1 to 6, for us, it will always be of somebody else's ancestry. So the lower type forces. When you're dealing with certain races, the Caucasian race, the males only vibrate up to 5 ether, the females up to 6 ether. We as melanated individuals, Nagarnadu or Negroids, we vibrate across the whole of the spectrum. Understood? There's nothing on this planet thus far at the moment that can measure or is sensitive enough to detect 7, 8, and 9 ether forces. Like, this is where our range of vibration needs to be at. Because when it was at that level in previous times, understood, we could not be attacked or got by lower forces. And if adverse or lower forces find themselves up in 7, 8, and 9, it's because we have provided a conduit for them to get there, because they don't have the physical apparatus to vibrate up the full ether spectrum. Understood? When you talk about ether, you're really talking about energy. Yeah. So when you talk about wireless, when people talk about wireless communication, for example, it is wireless insofar as there's no physical wire, but there is ether there, which basically is energy, or providing a conduit for energy to move. And we've got different types of ether. So ultra gaseous matter ether, for example, allows the transfer of heat, light, electricity, so on and so forth. Mental ether to allow thoughts to travel. So you've still got this network, if you want to describe it, within existence that allows movement or motion, understood. And even in our own self, when we talk about the 3 points, we talk about the Ka'ah, or our 3 high aspects of the 9 principles, the Ka'ah, which is the spiritual you, the Ba'ah, which is the soul you, and then the Achah, which is the etheric you, understood. Its other name is called the black bird, or also referred to as a secret name, because it allows, as I say, travel or vibration between various different aspects of ether. So this is the Ahad, which sits, I suppose, at the top of that hierarchy. We may come on to talk about that a little bit later. But here, let's say, we need to be cognizant, as I say, of these energy levels and vibrational rates, because, as I say, part of our as we are transforming, part of our ability is not to get got by these lower forces, is to ensure, as I say, at the point of death that we talked about in some previous classes, that we are, our mentality, not being afraid of death, is we're our mentality at the point of that transition is at those higher states. And one of the ways we alleviate ourselves from that is by knowing what is to come, or having some understanding of what is to come, and not dying in a fearful state. And that part of that is about preparing for death and facing it as an inevitability or a reality, understood, for us. And if we prepare for it, we pass on, others pass away, understood. In terms of our development existence. And that's why you saw some of the ancient pharaohs, as they call them, preparing for death halfway through life. They wasn't waiting to the point to start doing all these changes at their deathbed. They're preparing for it, as I say, partway through life, because they know, or at least in their mind, they have a viewpoint of what is coming next. So 98. So both eternal existence and elemental existence are linked. Just as on the atomic Nashat energy of your elements from atoms called periodic table of elements, or physical abode, each having an atomic weight and an amount of protons and neutrons, 100. So, Nuwapu, or Sabians in the text, Mosbatu, you have also Nashat energy in the etheric periodic table of Nashat energy called submatter. First ether is submatter intertwined with hydrogen, H1. Second ether is in submatter is intertwined with helium. Third ether intertwined with lithium. Fourth ether with beryllium, Be4. Fifth ether with boron, B5. Sixth ether with carbon, C6. Seventh ether with nitrogen, N7. Eighth ether with oxygen, O8. 9 ether with fluorine, F9, and so on. The 9th element is of a gaseous halogen group along with chlorine. So what this is expressing, and if you go back to a previous slide, so I'm going to mess up your slide a little bit here, just to make this clear. Is that basically you have physical elements, and then you have a corresponding etheric element at the same time. So we have H1, so H1 all the way down to the 99 plus 1 elements. This is what we're making up, what we're describing as the physical realm, understood? But it has an etheric counterpart, understood? Yeah, so which is now being expressed as what you're calling submatter. So these are higher vibrational or finer forms of energy. In one way, another way to understand it is at the point where these two bridge or cross over, so to speak, if you want to look at it like that, we are going from the energy state to matter, but it all matters. Understood? So we're going from energy, when we get to H1, we're dealing with matter, but it all matters. Understood? Hence why, as you're upgrading, it's being referred to as submatter, but it's telling you that these are intertwined with each other. They are connected in that regard. So what takes place physically is also being reflected, or what takes physically is a reflection of what is taking place etherically, and certain times vice versa. So when you're using your reasoning capabilities, when you talk about things like life after death and things of that nature, you have to understand what is taking place in the energy realm, or where things have come from. Remember, Wu-Sabat is interested in the cause, that cause and effect. It's not just interested in cause and effect. And this is why you're having to raise your intellect from intellectual information to raise up and start to now contemplate, as I say, how nature works, how certain things exist. It's not just about this simplistic thing of just having faith and belief. No, everybody, man, woman, child, etc., we have to learn how existence works around us as part of formulating and developing our spiritual development. Putting our emotional energy into a thing is not enough. Yes, just being, I just want to connect with the trees, I just want to connect with this, so on and so forth. Yeah, that's great, but you need the detail around it. And this is why it's being presented to us in the form of books and so on and so forth, so it can last, so we can piece together the various aspects of this puzzle for your own personal development. And so you can't be one or the other. You can't just be on the language and not be on reading. Can't just be on spiritual practice and you don't want to, you understand, not be on the language. It's a combination of everything. Hence why we talk about 360, etc. And your business has got to be right. You understand? If your money's not right, etc., it's going to create stress. You can't relax, so on and so forth. You can't build the right environment to even practice your spirituality. So it's 360 physical, it's 360 esoteric, yeah, to give you your 720 degrees as a complete or divine being. Understood? So the levels are intertwined with each other from E1 to E99 and from H1 to H99. This is what it's making reference to. Understood? So let's go back. So if it's making you sick, just close your eyes for a second to get back to it. Right, okay, so when we're looking at this diagram's quite interesting for us. So when we're looking at, before we move on to the next slide, so we were talking a little bit in the last class, I think, about soul, and somebody asked a question about soul and spirit. We're talking about the fact we have two. The interesting thing here is that when you're looking at the direction of travel, as it shows the shape of this, we see here in this diagram, yes, past mitochondrial DNA, and we see the male DNA represents the future. So, and certainly in Wu-Sabat, we are going back to go forward. Understood? So the woman, through this mitochondrial DNA, by having a daughter, carries the genetic line or history of the race being passed from one offspring to another. Understood? And it only passes clearly from mother to daughter, if you understand biology. Obviously, look it up. So the reality is, when you're talking about male DNA, it's only tumbling forward because, as I say, the equivalent to the mitochondrial DNA, YAP DNA as it's referred to in the tablets, or YAP DNA in the tablets, is in the tail of the sperm. And basically when the sperm and the ovum fuse together, the tail falls off and the mitochondrial DNA overwhelms that of the male. So it's the women that are carrying the genetic lineage or history. Do you understand? So if it was an unbroken line, i.e. having daughters to daughters, there's some women on the planet who are carrying hundreds of thousands of years of information, you understand, stored in their genetics. They have a closer lineage there to the soul seed, as they refer it as, in that regard. So therefore we all came from the female, even for example, neutral gender beings and singular gender or uni gender beings came from the female. So femnoid, which is female, gave birth to bathanoid, which is neutral, and gave birth to masnoid, which is male. So that is in the reverse. Yeah, it's going anti-clockwise in its direction of travel, so to speak. So we're going backwards. Yeah, when we're talking about that soul force. Yeah, so the soul here, the emotional aspect of us, and we have two. So the energy, if you think about the energy, the storage, like the storage bank of us as a soul, and then obviously when it's expressed or emotion, it's becoming the rawak, much like, I don't know, it's probably a poor example, but you think about you've got money in the bank, that represents a certain type of energy, isn't it? When you withdraw it and you start to use it, then it's in motion. Understood? Now, things can deplete the energy from the bank, and your bank account, if you allow certain access to it or you build it up. Understood? And this is very similar to the soul. Certain behaviors that we may enact are energy building, and certain behaviors spend out of that bank. Yes, and certain life forces or life forms, i.e. the scientific aspect of religion, remember, is the interference of the dead into the lives of the living. Those are the forces of the dead that must subsist off of the life forces in order to for them to continue to exist and feed off of us. Understood? So it's not just do not lie for lying's sake. Lying, understood, depletes a certain type of energy that we're trying to push and promote, as well as obviously the physical things of what it can cause. Disturbances, chaos, do you understand? Disturbs the peace, so on and so forth. That's why it's considered to be negative in that sense, because it's going against, or can go against, unless it's in a life, whatever, saving situation, is you're going to spend out of that. It's depleting on adverse behavior, poor diet, these types of things. So this is why you build a culture around or put certain rules in place, because you're wanting to now promote the ascension journey. Understood? Because the important point is that if there is not sufficient energy at the at the point of death, remember the soul and the Ka'ah, so the Ba'ah and the Ka'ah, these two aspects, these are the same thing, but obviously representing it in the physical. So the Rawah is the solar plexus, and the fact of the link between our breath or breathing process versus the Nafash, the person or whatever, which is dealing with our DNA and RNA, so on and so forth, which gives that aspects of our personality or character. So here, as I say, when you look at the sort of link between the two, I lost my train of thought there for a second. But you're here, the two, as I say, what happens is at the point of death, they separate. Yeah, the soul and the Ba'ah, they separate. Understood? For a 70-day period, and there must be sufficient energy now when the person passed in order to bring them back together. You understand? And this would then allow, to some degree, I'm using the words loosely as best, the soul to have the connected identity of the person is then connected to the soul, which doesn't have an identity, because it doesn't have the the spirit connected. That's where all this information, RNA, who the person is, who they mean, what they like, did not like, so on and so forth. To some aspects, this is where that was recorded. So the two of them join back together where there is sufficient energy at the death process. If not, understand, then the soul is going to, say, move on, continue to move on as a lost soul, but may continue its own ascension journey, its own, and then the Ka'ah will dissipate into nothingness, understood? So there's an importance that the same way when you came through into this world, the baby has to be of a certain type of physicality. It's not an easy journey if you think about all the various different stages, understood? And some babies don't make it, they're born stillborn. So at the point of death, we have to do the things necessary to empower, you can call it spiritual aerobics, whatever the case it is, to empower these different aspects of ourselves so that there is sufficient strength, as I say, at the point of death to facilitate the complete transformational process where we are now going to live as soul. Understood? In terms of that combination, we have the soul, or Ba'ah, the Ka'ah, and the Aha, the etheric aspect of self. So this is the emotional us, and this is the emotional aspect of consciousness, and this is considered to be the rational aspect of consciousness. So, i.e., certain decision making, so on and so forth. Whereas this is driving more aspects of what is sitting behind what person like, don't like, so on and so forth. Whereas the Ka'ah aspect of us is where certain program is there, for example, why the baby knows to suck you understand, its mother's breast and things of that nature. This is more being stored in this aspect of self, you understand? So the fact of the matter is the two are intertwined with each other, much like as we see with the elemental realm and also the ethereal. There's an intertwining which we have to understand. So those same things that exist in those elements, they exist in us also. As we expressed last week, not all races have soul. All races have the same. Mukasu does not have soul. He has classified as a spirit, and he has the Ahat, the etheric aspect. He doesn't have the Ba'ah, soul aspect of the portion. In combination of those three to exist on as I say, past the point of death, exist in other dimensions, worlds, so on and so forth. This is what we're working towards, to regain those qualities and aspects back as part of our, let's say, ascension journey. And we look at the word alacrity, let's say, what is kind of sitting behind the, let's say, in the physical, sitting behind the nefas self. And what's interesting, I think, in religion, they refer to the character Gabriel as the Holy Spirit. You understand? And that ties into the deity, or the equivalent deity in ancient Egypt as Khanas or Khonsu. Yes, when we look at the etymology of this word alacrity, we see to wander and to roam. And interesting enough, it's like the word Khanas or Khonsu, his name means traveller. So it's interesting how certain things are sort of laid out and named, and the connection back to ancient Egypt. Okay, so talking about those the last elements there, let's continue to move through this. So effects on the Khat al physical lungs. Fluoride and its compounds, fluorides, are used today from the production of nuclear bombs to rocket fuel to dental products. Chlorine and its derivatives, chlorine dioxide, chlorate, and chlorite, are widely used today in water as disinfectants. And also chloroform, once used as a liquid anesthetic, would put Hammam Mukwanu, human beings, in a deep sleep. So you see lights out Sabaeans, Musbatu, at the ninth element. Then the 10th element, neon, intertwined with 10th ether, is the sparking light seen at Mawat death of the Jasad flesh. It is a bright glowing atmospheric gas as neon lighting. Understood? It is bright glowing atmospheric gas known as neon lighting. 109. So you have number 1, or hydrogen H1, a colorless gas, fluorine at 9, and chlorine halogens as yellow greenish gases, and ether as a colorless liquid gas, also used as an anesthetic. 110. So you can see the cycle of intertwining internal existence and elemental kawanat existence, and it could be used 1,000 times more effectively if one had comprehensive tahum understanding of the workings of Fakar thought vibration, its relationship to Nashat energy or ethereal beings. Okay, so what does all this mean? So what it's expressing to us is a transformation which is taking place from, as I say, down the train when we're going from 1 to 9. Understood? So this is interesting. So the way we came in and the way suns are created, understood, that's using the same things. Excuse me. And then when it happens, when we're at the point of death, it happens in reverse. So we're coming in based off of those physical elements, understood? Yes, hydrogen down to fluorine. And then when we're now on the way out, the same kind of process is happening, but it's going clearly from elemental to eternal elements in that sense, understood? And it produces a gas or the spark of light that we see upon death, or they talk about the various different types of light. And so this is too much detail to go into what all the different elements mean as a class on that. I think spiritual you after the physical you dies, so seek that out. But a light gets generated as it's talking about at the point of death. So let's delve into that a little bit more deeply. Yeah, so when we talk about the birth of sons, without getting too complicated, basically sons are born out of 9 ether, understand? And so to keep it fairly short, when the summer of existence, so you've got these what you would describe as things or particles in place that are wandering around aimlessly, understood? So they're not in order, so to speak. And when the summer of the universe, understood, or summer of existence, visits certain aspects of the universe, it forces, a bit like how you see summer and the various different seasons, has an impact on life forms here on the planet Earth. When you're dealing with existence, it forces these particles that were floating around aimlessly, so to speak, and forces them to now come into order, understood? And I'm shortening the process for the purpose of this class. Now, that reordering or forcing these parts to come into order is the starting point of the birthplace of how suns are formulated within the universe, so to speak. You understand? Very similar to the release of the ovum in the female, meaning that it happens at a certain point in the month. And if you think about it, they call it, I think, the borsal body temperature. And so basically, if you want to know when a woman is most fertile, they basically measure or they analyze what is the sort of base temperature of her body, so to speak, over a certain period. And they know that when her menstrual cycle comes along, her body temperature raises, understood? And it formulates the release of this egg. So in a similar process to how universes are formed, you understand, 9 years that it takes a universe to form within the dark matter, dark energy of existence. So it takes 9 months to birth a child. So this is the formulation, the correlation, as I say, between us and the space that we come out there. So what happens is the sun is a combination of hydrogen, 554 million tons of hydrogen, turned into 550 million tons of helium every second. Now, it goes through a number of changes through that, but that's the simpler way to see that sun. Now, the excess 4 million in the sun, and it's cycling through the first 9 elements, understood? So from hydrogen down to fluorine. When it gets to 10, yes, as well as this excess 4 million tons, because the other 550 were balancing each other out, it creates what is being described here as this ethereal lightning, understood? And as this is shot out, so to speak, the ends of that lighting basically can formulate different suns. And it's the same way planets are formed as well, with this excess 4 million as well. But it's cycling through to get to the 10th element, produces this, as I say, this ethereal lightning, which enhances what is there. So this is what you're seeing in this particular verse. So the birth of gas light or black light interacts with what's called day glow, fluorescence called 10th neon, or a rare atmospheric gas neon lighting, or from 1 on in through to 9 equals 10, or to recycle a single one source of gas light called the sun or solar. So the end of the sun's journey for it to be a complete is to cycle through those 9 and then reach the point of 10. You think about neon lighting, it enhances what we're calling certain types of gas or light, as we're calling fluorescent lighting or whatever, and it basically makes it shine a lot brighter in the sand, sometimes up to 200% in the sand, brighter, understood? And so when you look at 10, even in the language numerically, here it's being, we show it as 10 in English, but in Sabaic you see it as the symbol of a kind of like an arch type symbol. So we don't really use zeros in our language. 10 has its own symbol, but when you're looking at the 10, it's a combination of the egg, which is considered to be, I suppose, existence, and then the one, which is kind of that first point. There's a combination or a coming together, like sperm and ovum, do you understand? Etc. And it's giving birth to another environment, so to speak. Because when you go to 11, you're recycling again. Is it going through 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way back up to 9 again? And this is the kind of process, as I say, which elementally it's going through, which is represented mathematically, so to speak, by those numbers. So the point of saying this is that you're looking at a journey from what we would call the submatter, you understand, the energy realm, transferring over into the world of matter, and then that process which was taking place in the darkness becomes detectable as the sun, the culmination of a number of different energy changes or growth to formulate this, I think, called the sun solar, obviously, which I say links to one aspect of our solar soul in that regard. Understood? So 10 or 1 down to 9, and then produces this new cycled sun at 10. Understood? And these are obviously, here you see fluorine as the part, and I think even it goes down to tenessine as well, as what they call the halogen elements. They say, well, halogen ties into the fact clearly that it's, the word hal means salt, understood? And so they're producing different types of salt at that particular level, do you understand? But if you look at the word halo or halo, clearly in this instance, which also ties back into the word sun, fluorine has a key part, isn't it, in that journey. Here you see the noble gases as well at this side, obviously from helium to radon. And this, according to our tablets, makes up what is being referred to as 9 ether here on Earth, or these combination of these elements here. So there's much for us really to understand about the periodic table. Now, remember, the periodic table is taken from the 99 deities of ancient Egypt. So we classified them differently insofar as the deity responsible, or the scientist responsible for producing, or responsible for producing that element. That's who it's, you understand, that aspect of it is represented or named after. The similar things where you see here at 99, it's named after Albert Einstein, for example, where 99 is on the here, yeah, we're down here. So they name elements after people similar in our culture, where it was taken from. That is what's taken place and happened. So how a physical sun is birthed, when our sun, or the Rawu sun, is expiring, and now we're coming to live as soul, as we're making that transformation from what is being called life, a burning process, into death, then the process is going similarly in reverse, as to how a sun was birthed. Now this light is being produced, understood, at the point of, let's say, expiry or physical expiry. This is what it's talking about. So here you are having to understand about the intertwining, as it's talking about there, of eternal and elemental existence. Understood? And as I say, because you know of certain rules, as above, so below, I may get into that in a bit, then this is how you're going to shore up yourself to know, okay, well, to know something is after when it's happened, isn't it? So you're utilizing certain things, or you're studying nature to get insight, clarification, confirmation of what is going to take place after death. So therefore you can start to invest your time and energy knowing what's to come, or knowing what the result is to come as a result of that. Much like when a farmer or somebody plants a seed in the ground, well, you ain't seen the flower it's going to grow into, or the vegetable or whatever that's going to be produced. Do you understand? So obviously cultivating it and developing or whatever, when you see the physical result, then you know what it's going to produce. Obviously, we've got to start doing things now to know what's being produced after the point of death. And so I don't want to use the word faith and think, because that's what we've been doing thus far. And you don't, you know what I mean? You're placing your faith and belief in your soul in Bible, Quran, so on and so forth, or whatever. But reality is, until you get to that point, you know what? You don't know what the results of all that investment of your time and energy is going to yield. Yes? So in ancient Sumerian, ancient Egypt, there are many clues on the walls, so on and so forth, that were left there to teach you about what that pathway is going to be. The problem for us is that we've not been looking at that. So we've been ignoring it, yeah? Spiritual ignorance. Yeah, and being blind to how, as I say, that all of that system works. And this is now a type of outformation coming to you in the form of Wu-Sabat that is teaching you what you need to know to aid that transformational journey. So, also, Tahum 111, also Tahum understanding of the techniques for controlling them and the method for transmitting them, this is thoughts, to others at distance, which is called telepathy. Telepath. 111, the path or partarak, which means the way, yes, through the akal mind to mind mental is one of your 4 higher senses. We touched upon this last week. Is it psychometry, object reading, telepathy, mind to mind or thought transfer, communication, clairvoyance, which is being able to see, say, interdimensionally. You're in one place and you can see in another location, even though you're not there. And then intuition, quick perception of truth. Yeah, so the 4 added to the so-called 5 senses, it gives you 9 senses, which in the type they refer to as Nathar Tar 10. Yeah, a complete individual. Yeah, fully operating, all senses activated. Now 113. It says, by Tahum understanding and realizing the Saham power of the Akal mind, you can see distant objects, hear distant sounds, even Balahat, send messages to any part of the Wahu Makwan universe, or visit any point in Wakat time or dreams. 114, you can heal Shakhasu people thousands of miles away, move to distant places in no time at all. 115, just as when you think of a place, there is no limit to the Saham power of your Akal mind. 116, consider when flowing loosely over a wide area, the very force in Taba'ah, nature, moves slowly and with less Saham power than if it's gathered in one mass, flowing one Tab-Shar direction through a single restricted outlet. So in order to know what you're capable of, somebody has to teach you these characteristics and powers, understood? And so in our culture, so we have to learn, almost in a sense, we've had to had over many years the master teaching certain things to be able to prove himself, to now put us into arenas where we can teach you what you are supposed to be, so that one understands that we can then start to look to develop those capabilities, understood, and then put emotional time, energy, research, skill into it in terms of develop those talents within. And obviously we have had inklings of that because the nerve endings of where these senses were originally controlled from are still there. So some people still have certain aspects of telepathy, but you might not be calling it that. You're thinking about somebody, for example, and you say, well, you're going to live long, I was just thinking about you, and the person phones you. You understand? So, you walk around the corner and you see the person. These types of things, sometimes some people pay more attention to them than others, but these are talents and abilities as recorded as a part of being what a human being is, or certainly a Nagaru human being is. Now, this is obviously saying at the bottom that, again, thought and the power of it and how it's utilized or whatever, if it doesn't have focus, it has less power. And we were talking about this, isn't it, before in the previous class. The context of this, for those who just joined us on the first time, is that in order to control those 29 other ancestors, you at the 30, you have to center oneself. Do you understand? So basically, and focus or direct one's thought pattern and energy at the center being. You in the center, the others around you. And you basically are putting that central focus in terms of your mind power on you, and so that everything else falls into line. You understand? The chanting, learning language, reading, so on and so forth, starts to drown out the many different voices, and you're left with the voice that matters, understood, which is that center being's voice. Not to say that everybody else doesn't have a part to play, but as I say, it's about you knowing which voices are for you and then which are working to your detriment. So they're not ruling, you're ruling, understood. Any questions before I move on to the next part?
Yes, we do have one question from Mr. Manning. He says, let's start again. Have we as a people been tricked by the words dead, deaf? Is Ether 9 heavier than Ether 1?
It's an interesting way of putting it. I think when you talk about, so it's not that we've been tricked with the words death. I think the best way to maybe look at it is that we have our own definitions of those words. So when you're looking at them in English, it has its own meaning. But you got to ask yourself, for example, what does that mean in Wu-Sabat? So, for example, the word creation, it comes from the Latin word creare. It means growth, really. It doesn't mean click your fingers and things come into existence. But in Wu-Sabat, it's a very specific definition. It says growth into form or system. Understood? And destruction, for example, means change in form or system. So they have very specific meanings in Wu-Sabat. When you talk about death, there's many different types of death for a people. Yeah? Mental death, physical death, economic death, name death. So there's different types of death. When we're looking at it, though, we're really seeing death when it pertains, I suppose, when you're in the physical, it can mean low energy, as we're looking at it in the rounds. However, remember, as it was expressed in the previous class, our ancestors see this as death, i.e. what we are calling life. And where they are is living. Because when a person's born, they are destined to do what? Die. Understood? So when you're looking at death in this context, you have to look at it, as we're in the physical, you're looking at low energy. So for example, 9 ether in death, as you know, is ether in its youth, strength, old age. And when it dies, it becomes 6 ether. So if we're looking at the human species, for example, a Nagaru person is not dealing with racism. No one wins a race in racism. But if I'm looking at a Caucasian person who doesn't have sun heat genes, yes, I'm looking at myself. I'm looking at the death of death. Yeah, because that being is exhibiting low energy. Now, it's not my fault or our fault that they have associated genetic weakness with that which is beautiful and genetic dominance, according to natural nature, with that which is ugly. That's not my fault. That's not my problem. As the truth now starts to happen. Understood? Yeah? You can't call me the racist because you told lies to the world because you were insecure about who you were and the origins of where you came from and the deficiencies in your genome. That is your God's responsibility, not mine. I didn't create you. Blame the God of the Bible, the Lord of the Bible, because when you're looking at those books, that is giving a Caucasian story or Caucasian creation. Nothing to do with me. Despite what the world wants to put on me. Nothing to do with me. So you can't catch me with the Nick Cannon and the thing, or the Wileys or whatever, where they're attacking Jews or whatever. Your Bible is myth, legend. Prove otherwise. My origin is in ancient Tamaray, ancient Africa, ancient Egypt. Prove it otherwise. You understand? So when we're looking at the dead, I'm looking at the Hindu because of the hair texture, straight fur, that is us in death. When he's looking at the Caucasian, that is the death of death. It's just related to energy. Understood? You understand? So yeah, there has been messing around with the words, but as Sabians or people who are trying to find themselves or whatever and look for a certain aspect of culture, you got to ask, what does it mean to us? You understand? Or what did it mean to the ancient Egyptians? We touched upon this because the issue is that the students, or who they call the masters of their sciences today, studied under us in ancient Africa. The problem is that because they went about it in a devious and nefarious way, they were limited to 2 degrees, and they made up a 3rd degree out of the original 9. Understood? And because we're living in their mind and they're the ones controlling most of the information sources on the planet today, we don't have access to the original. Hence why you need an Amun Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn. Hence, you understand, coming in the first lineage of a Dr. Malachi Z York to set the record straight, to relink us back to that which took place in the past. Understood? So he had a second part to his question there. Can you just remind me?
Second part was, is ether 9 heavier than ether 1?
Right, so when you're talking about is it heavier, remember you're dealing with elements when you start to go below hydrogen, isn't it, subatomic particles or whatever, that don't have a weight, so they're weightless. Understood? So you're really talking about finer forms of energy. So it would be it would be a little bit, the word heavy is not the right word. Understood? Because you're moving to more finite forms of energy. Understood? In that direction. So I wouldn't say, you can't say heavier. Maybe you might describe it as finer forms, in the sense of finer forms of energy. So if you think about it, hydrogen then breaks down into quarks, understood? And then it breaks down again into biaps, And then we have Zedis or Zeals, understood? Now the universe is not deemed to be cold enough to produce Zedis or Zeals. So I suppose the further down you're going, you're getting to finer forms of energy. That might be the better way to describe it, as opposed to weight. Or because remember, we're seeking to become less dense. So as we're moving in that direction, so to speak, then those finite forms of energy are becoming less dense. Yeah. So if you look at that, as we described that before, isn't it? You think about coal all the way in comparison to a diamond. A coal is full of energy, insofar as it's because of its blackness, but it's quite brittle, isn't it? Insofar as it's quite crumbly, as opposed to a diamond, which has less energy in it, understood, because it's transparent, but it's one of the hardest material, or if not the hardest material, known to man, at least or mankind on this planet. If you need more on that, please ask further. Any other questions?
No further questions.
Okay, so right, so talking about thoughts, yeah. So through a single restricted outlet, yeah, damned, accumulated, and the once sluggish. The once sluggish, leisurely flow of a river rushes out with amazing Kawat force through the stream. 118, the warm rays of the Rayé sun focused through a magnifying glass become hot enough to burn objects. 119, such is the power generated by Tashad concentration of force. 120, this is important, pay attention. It says this Tabi al-Sadad natural rule is also applicable to a Musier, mortal being. 121, mental Tashad concentration is fixing the Akal mind for an extended period on one external point. 122, there can be no Tashad concentration without something on which the gathered rays of the Akal mind can rest. 123, it must be a single object, idea, or a Shakhas person. 124, Shakhasu people sometimes pride themselves on being able to think of Shayanat, two things at once, but the Akal mind does not work this way. 125, its oscillating waves are merely bouncing back and forth with lightning velocity between two ideas. 126, the Akal mind can only do one thing at a time. 127, anyone who imagines a mundane chore such as dishwashing goes faster if they are thinking of palm trees and a sunny beach are fooling themselves. 122, because their mental waves are moving between the daydream and the task at hand. 129, the tat-fat attention actually given to work is thus slowed down because of the constant interruptions, and the hands slow down too. 130, think of how much better it can be to keep the Akal mind on one point and finish the job in half the time. 131, everyone possesses the ability to should concentrate to some degree. 132, what has been cloudy and hazy becomes clear. 133, what was harsh, difficult, complex, and confusing can become easy. 134, one is able to work with greater efficiency, more tasks done in less time. And 135, one's capacity and mental powers increase. 136, Tashad concentration can also prevent or minimize the problems of senility. 137, with the most disciplined Tashad concentration and focused tat-fat attention, the surgeon operates on her or his patient. 138, deepest absorption describes the state of a technician, engineer, architect, painter engaged in drawing of minute details of a plan, chart, or sketch in which accuracy is of high importance. Well, that same mindful Tashad concentration is necessary on the Nefestal spiritual path, where aspiration must be applied to overcome internal Kawatat forces, the many Sawatat voices, and the Washu'at whispers. 140, through the achievement of one-mindedness, that the single voice, the real you, will be found. Yes? So this is what we were making reference to, isn't it? The power of concentration. And I think previous examples that were given about the many things, obviously, when someone's trying to engage in a spiritual activity such as prayer or meditation, there are many voices that you hear in your head of distraction. You understand? And so we must gain control of that. An interesting thing in 139, it says where aspiration is applied. So one of the aspects of focus that we need to have a vivid vision of where we're going, what we are becoming into, what we are developing. So when you're thinking about these, when you're being taught about these things, and this is an interesting switch, you don't learn Wu-Sabat. Wu-Sabat learns you. Let me say that again. You don't learn Wu-Sabat. Wu-Sabat, the spiritual science of the Nagaru, learns you. You are simply placing yourself in various different positions to be able then to remind or be retaught or re-add in terms of read to activate certain genes inside of you. But you have to have a mind now. We have to be less vague about what it is that we're supposed to be transforming to. And the moment, and this is why it says, you understand, and lots of beings know this, you say, I am. You understand? I am a Sabian. Yeah, because the aspiration is there, the focus. Okay, what does it mean to be a Sabian? Okay, learn the language, understand the culture, X, Y, Z, you mean service to others, so on and so forth. There's various things that focus one to meet the aspiration of what we're doing. And you're doing the things necessary to aid that transformation. In order to do that, you have to learn the doctrine enough to know it, to set the record straight on other things that we were taught by you know who, understood. And so therefore we've got a clear path or clear focus, you understand? And day by day, you understand, because each journey is begun with one step, you work towards achieving various different aspects of that. And you have to plan for it. Have to plan. You know, one of maybe the challenges and failings that is often leveled at our race is the lack of organization, the lack of order. You understand? Many times when we set up businesses or organization, the lack of attention to administration and detail of these things. When, if you think about your ancient Egyptian ancestors, they recorded minutes, meetings, things on walls, so on and so forth. So why do we think that we can talk our way into success when our ancestors wrote things down, kept records? There's even a deity for record keeping called Tahuti. So we have to study the characteristics of where success was achieved, where we were at our best, and inhabit those, enhance them in our being. But you need confirmation for that. For you to have the confidence to say, yeah, I need to go all in with this. I need to invest. Because aspiration is a key to that, yeah? Achieving this, what we're calling one-mindedness, or the solution to what we're talking about. The real you will be found. And it says, 141, and the job progress in Tabshah direction to be made, it must be developed to a higher degree. 142, practice demands sabar, patience, sawaf, will, untiring persistence and regularity. So you must work at it to find your kabat center and free your Salafu ancestors and destroy the evil invaders in your Mukwan being. Understand? Now, so it's a movie. They say keep your friends close and your enemies closest. One of the reasons why we're unable oftentimes to defeat the enemy is because they're within the genes. They're fighting from within. And we wasn't aware, understand, of the fact that certain times when we're trying to make certain moves for success, the chaos is coming from within. Wipe out a person's memories when they're on whatever, some interview, whatever, to get a business investment, or maybe this job is going to transform their situation. Understood? And because a certain force wants to keep you in chaos, wipe out the memory of where you left your keys. Wasn't looking for these types of issues, just thinking, oh, it's always all me. I'm chaotic, man. Why does this always happen to me? That type of situation. Well, because you're under attack. Because of who you are, or who you may be in this bigger scheme of things. You might be one of those beings, understood, yeah, to help transform, you know what I mean, the direction of cycle from clockwise to counterclockwise, yeah, bringing in 9 ether, freeing up our ancestors or the aspects of our mental that have been trapped in the lower aspects of these ether ranges, yeah, from 1 down to 6, being used as etheric batteries as lower forces. Understood? So it says untie, and you see that's something with ourselves. A lot of care has to be taken because our egos are so fragile. You understand? And so if something doesn't work a certain time or whatever, then you kind of give up. You know what I mean? So you have to kind of keep at it to get to a certain level and progress or whatever, and then you get to a level where basically, if you were to stop doing it for 1 or 2 days or whatever, there's not this massive drop down, understood, in your strength. You understand? Because you're just going to pick it back up later. But it takes a persistence to get to that level, as we may express it as saying vibrating on a certain frequency. Understood? We don't want these massive waves of dropping up and down. Do you understand? As you know, just from physical exercise, you understand? If you leave it for a long time or a big break or whatever, you know, that cardio, man, it kills you. You have to start to get back into things. Once you get to a certain level, it can kind of even itself out. And it's a very similar thing that we have to have the confidence when we're engaging in spiritual activity and spiritual works. Little by little, day by day, routine is the key. Routine is the key. Because you can get it for 30 days, it becomes a groove in the mind, it becomes a habit. And this is what we need to work towards. You want these big swings of change in behavior. We want to transform ourselves little by little, because doing it for small amounts over a long period of time, understood, is better than, I say, swaves of concentration on one thing and then nothing and then going back into it again. No, we must have an even transformation or kill or effort that we're putting in to all aspects of our improvement. And it says you must make time to align yourself, to learn to listen to the inner you, to reunite your jazar, root and attached seed of your genitals. 144. The sounds A, Anuki, I am, yeah, in Sabaik, Anuki. And the next sound, Inin, yeah, we. So A, E, yeah, we. As in the ovum and the sperm. That is 2 to become 1 birth. Yes? I, Ibab, the heart, in Sabaik. And O and U, the vowels needed to shape sounds. Yeah? The Amun, the Anun, the Atun, the Yeah? So that original vibration, that Om sound, you see it there in Amun, you hear it there in Anun, Atun. The 4 positions, as I say, of the sun, yeah, as it appears to go from east to west, and then was taught to go underneath the sea into the underworld and then rise back up again. Obviously the sun does not move, so these are symbolic, understood, of certain positions as it pertains to our transformation. Understood? Yeah, so A-E-I-O-U, you see, has got higher meaning as it's classified there. We see on the other side the prayer of Amun, and then the hidden one. Understood. Now, okay, so let's move back to reflection, projection, Vartarak. And so, actual facts. And so, interesting enough, in reflection and projection, is talking about what's maybe current now, even though it was written several years ago. Any questions?
There are no questions.
Okay, so it says, we Wu-Sabat Sabaeans of the Yamassu Yamasi Shabat tribe strive to help all Shakhasu people eliminate the lies of their history over the past 6,000 years. So we've been setting the record straight on everybody's story, not just our own, and awaken people that are lambs for the slaughter by Muthiad Mutatalu, extraterrestrials they think and call God or gods. So we understand this. Part of that breaking of the spell, as we say in many of the introductions to our class, was to say who was sitting in the seat, because we ain't talking about God, Lord God, Most High, this, that. These are just job titles in those various different languages. So who was a person sitting in the seat? And the question is, are they for or against us as individuals and as a people? Yes, because really, according to their book, only one people in the image and of the likeness of God, according to what they teach. So if it's not you, then you gotta understand, well, that's not for me then. Isn't it? Which is what they teach, isn't it? A chosen people, a special people, so on and so forth. Yeah, what the Jews teach, where we're the chosen ones, everybody else is goyim. Yeah, is not the same thing that the Muslims say, so on and so forth. Understood. So the issue is that you have to know what's for you. And this is how the spiritual science works. If it's not for you, then it will work against you. It's not the same for everybody, because if that was the case, then we would all look the same in nature. It is a different recipe, a different configuration, and so therefore it needs different things in order to maintain it. You understand? As we see in the animal kingdom, it's not rocket science. Now it says 126, their dominion ended in the year 2000. We mentioned this earlier. And extraterrestrials are using viruses, microorganisms, bacterium, and disease to kill all humans on this macabre planet. 127, this is their germ warfare now being used to power world over by Mu'adamu Adamites who have a covenant with the Muthiad Mutatalu extraterrestrials since Abraham, Ibrahim, and the Mu'adamu bloodline, using biowarfare on others who don't have their own Muslafu ancestors to protect them. Understood. So you understand, isn't it, that certain, even when you think about the UK, for example, and the word British, you see that it's a combination of two words there. Ish, look it up. In Hebrew, it means male, and so ish, and then isha, female. But it also, phonetically in a similar sound, it means fire. Understood. The word Brit is short for Barith, covenant. So when you're saying British, you're saying covenant of the children of fire. They're tied into the illuminated ones, or the illuminated ones of the fire light of chaos, not the black light of our ancestors. Understood? So this is what is going on in terms of we're seeing now with the coronavirus, understood, an extraterrestrial type of agenda. You understand? And the question is, well, who's it targeted at? And who is it trying to wipe out? These are the questions. Because we've had, interesting enough, you look at DU1220 on the first chromosome, which was what they referred to as the designer gene, yes, which was a combination of the chromosomes of the Anunnaki, a combination of the chromosomes of the Pleiadians, and a combination of the chromosomes of the Simian. Yeah, used to create the designer gene as part of other animals that were used, for example, to create the Caucasoid or the Mukasu race. Also used Homo porcine, also used Homo canine in that. So, but the designer gene, chromosome 1, yeah, I think DUF 1220, memory serves me correctly, is a scientific name of it, was used. That combination of the studies is what they're calling their god or creators, because that's who were involved, the Pleiadians, in their creation. Hence why we can go to Job chapter 9, verse 9, I think Job 38 as well. You see certain star constellations mentioned in there. Pleiades is one of them. Yeah, because that's where their extraterrestrial overlords came from. The point is that when you look at the various different animals that were used in that creation, it ties into some of the viruses that we have seen, isn't it? Understood? Yes, we've seen the AIDS virus, they say, which was tied into who? What type of animal was it tied into? You know the answer. We have seen swine flu. Yes? We have seen avian flu. Yeah? Look at how the Anunnaki are depicted. Understood? We have seen now with the coronavirus, for example, they haven't said what animal it relates to. Yeah, as the master was expressing, keep them dogs and cats at your house, in particular those dogs. But they don't want to say where it come from because we know that dog is mankind's best friend. And for some black people, it's becoming their friend also. You understand? You know, when you go to Africa, maybe some parts of the West Indies or whatever, or the Caribbean, I should say, West Indies, but the Caribbean or whatever, the dog lives outside. He lives under the car. You know what I mean? He doesn't have his own food. He leaves leftovers from what the human beings eat. You understand? So he doesn't have his own clothes. He doesn't have a jacket. You understand? He doesn't have a bag that he can be carried around in, so on and so forth. You understand? He doesn't have his place in the car to be transported here and there. You understand? They live outside. They're animals. Understood? Obviously in the West, it's a bit different. And if you, I mean, if you speak against their family members, you find yourself as the object of hate as it stands. But the point being made is each of the different aspects, you look at some of these viruses, they tie in to certain of the genes that were used in the creation of the Mukasu or Caucasian race by their overlords. Understood? You understand? So you're seeing what's taking place there. And the important thing here is, look what it says at the bottom, who don't have their own Muslafuan ancestors to protect them. So the manifestation of sending teachers in to give you the information necessary to prepare you for this day and time, as we said in our introduction, main previous introduction, the Bible and the Quran, the Torah are outdated for this modern age. They're not sufficiently preparing you for what is taking place right now. And when the master was out, we were always 10 years ahead of what was taking place and still seem to be ahead. But obviously by them incarcerating him and putting him in prison, that means the communication is diminished. The efficiency of the communication is diminished. Yeah, because they want us to get caught up in the same ailments that are plaguing them. That is why they keep you living amongst them, so it doesn't provide a clear path for extraterrestrials to, you know what I mean, draw up those stone balls that you see there buried in Mexico. No one knows what they're for, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? These massive balls, perfectly round, who planted them in the ground, where they draw them out of the earth, heat them up, then fire them back down as a form of weaponry. Yeah, considered in ancient times or records. Sometimes they were recorded as comets or meteorites, is a better way to describe it. Yeah, so this is what is taking place and happening right now. So there's a separation in terms of, are we going to be vibrating on the 90th and going towards the direction of the Panatharu, or are we going in the self-preservation approach, or are we going in the self-destruction approach and more towards the ways of the Anunnaki, i.e. living in the image and after the likeness of the beast man, referred to as the Muad'Dam or the Adamites, and also known as the Celtics or the Mukasu in this day and time. So connection with those who are your ancestors, which is basically we are their children. Understood? And so the pathway they have left for us to evolve into is what we must be following. And many, as I say, do not want you to draw on that ascension pathway because they perceive it to be their end. Our rise is their end. Now, we touched upon this last thing, so I think to probably go, we covered this in the previous part, that your ancient Egyptian ancestors considered devils to be demons, to be viruses. You understand? Hence that term cleanliness is next to godliness. Understand? So good hygiene, understood. Good hygienic practice is obviously associated with what is divine, so to speak, and the opposite of that was associated with the devil, because obviously, as we see now in the day and time we're living in, hygiene is one of the things that, or proper hygiene or good hygiene is one of the ways to minimize this virus, which you can't see. Yeah, you can't always see. Yeah, and this is why our ancestors were so, or sought to be particularly hot on it because of that reason. Any questions?
Yes, there's one question. You answered it, but I think they want a more detailed answer, and it's from Mr. Manning again. And it's, which ETs in particular are doing this to kill humans?
Sorry, say that again for me.
Which
humans are?
Which ETs in particular are doing this to kill humans? When you mentioned the Palladians and the Anunnaki, I think he wants a little bit more detail.
Okay, well, it depends. I suppose it depends which humans you're talking about. Now, the Mars hasn't gone into specifically the ones as it relates to the coronavirus, but obviously, as you are aware, in previous times, remember the Draconians, as well as the humanoid side of the Anunnaki, i.e. Enlil's side, and Nanar's side of the family, remember, perceived that that the human population, which is now around 7 billion and rising, should be around 500,000. Yeah, so they have been progressively walking towards that a situation whereby the population should be reduced, and then everything else is resources and food to be used, as I say, as an excess. Hence why, we are separated out almost into consumers and producers. Yeah, so being taught to be a consumer, it's like we're being fattened up. Understood, like a calf in a whatever you call a slaughterhouse. You understand? Fattened up as consumers and not producing anything. Yeah, so we're considered to be useful eaters. So there is an ideology, obviously, that sits behind those principalities of darkness, I think, as the Bible refers to them, or these secret societies, as some may refer to them as. And there's a hierarchy, isn't it? So the Illuminati basically are under, excuse me, or getting their central direction from those extraterrestrial overlords, understood, who are the winged class of the Draconians, or some may classify as reptilians. So that's just one group who's interested in the reduction, understood, of the human race. And remember, they sought an extension. The Caucasians sought an extension, remember, in, memory serves me correctly, in 1914. And the Pleiadians didn't want anything more to do with them. So their gods abandoned them, effectively, and then left them at the hands of the Anunnaki, which, as you are aware, the Jesus of the Bible, you understand, is nothing more than an extraterrestrial by the being named Nanar, who is the same individual who visited who they are calling Muhammad. Yes, because Revelation chapter 22 verse 16 talks about the bright morning star, and it's the same individual they're speaking about in Isaiah 14 chapter 12. Understand? He, in Matthew chapter 24, is that lightning coming out of the east. Understand? As that fire light. It's talking about Nanar. The word Nanar means what? Master of fire. And so it's Nanar who they really worship, and have turned the world into the subliminal worship of. They've got names from Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub, all these different types of names. It's this being named Nanar, the father of gain, in their story, who they are making reference to. When the Pleiadians left, they had to then seek to make an agreement with this individual who demanded 300,000 human bodies per day. and how many people on the planet go missing or the world pays little or no attention to. You get kidnapped, you're not a Caucasian girl or Caucasian boy, you don't make it on the news. Yeah, so how much room is there, even countries like in the UK or US or whatever the case may be, which are even unregulated? So 300,000 seems like a lot, you understand, as they had their base set up in Alaska. Understood? And just videos circulating on the internet, as you know, in about a light that descended down in Jerusalem. This is why Trump and them are trying to build a new temple of Solomon there, as they would call it, as, or a temple to Nana for that purpose, because they're renegotiating, thinking that the Draconians will basically take care of them as the, you know what I mean, as their Pleiadian ancestors have left. They want nothing to do with them. One of the reasons for that is particularly because they placed ourselves into bondage for 400 years. They've mismanaged or misused the powers and talents and abilities that they were given to them for their ascension pathway. So the kind of Pleiadians, or like the God of the Bible in great fashion, wash my hands of this. Understood? So if we're not careful, we find ourselves caught up in an argument, in a war that's got nothing to do with us. Which is why the master keeps telling us to get out of the way. Understood? Any other questions?
No further questions.
No further questions. Can I just check that the sound's okay, please?
Yeah, it crackles a little bit, but I don't know if that's because you're too close to the mic and it's kind of causing it. But it sounds okay.
Sound engineer Horam Heb, is there anything you can do to correct that?
No, he's not here anymore. He's left.
He's not on the call now? Okay.
No.
All right, is that better?
That's okay, that's fine.
Okay, all right. Okay, so let me turn this off again down. Okay, right. Is that better? Still hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so this important slide, and really something that I suppose when we talk about, in the last slide, we talked about aspiration and that being important, you see it in the verse, but this here is about Tat Mum and this state of perfection that we should be striving for. You see the ION at the end of it denotes that it's a journey of progress. And it says here in verse 12, this is from Spiritual You After the Physical You Dies. It says, as to you, Nagaru Negroids, yes, once your Ka'ah spirit separates from your Bashar flesh, you will continue to progress until you attain Tat Mum, perfection of being as well as body, becomes pure inside out and outside inward, a clean, pure, Akal mind. All of your intentions rule your actions. Your deeds are pure without personal reason or gain. A shuk, divine love, will give you a state of Hanan, grace. So, if you think about it, you are given up to 24,000 and sometimes even more times to incarnate in this physical plane, and we're working towards a state of perfection. Understand? And how obviously we can trip up, break certain natural laws and rules that may cause us to, as I say, have to incarnate again to seek to balance out our being. But when you think about this state of Tatmon, our intentions, our actions and deeds are pure without personal gain, you can see how this is significantly challenging, and where we need to get a good understanding, I suppose, of what is meant by that, because some things that we may perceive to be good may be motivated from a more selfish point of view. I don't mean selfish like in a negative or bad way in that sense, but it can be motivated from that. So for example, the point was being made in certain classes, certain books, that we only care, for example, about cancer when one of our relatives suffers from it. So the question is that were we concerned? That might be a difficult one for people to swallow, but it's a case of, were we interested in cancer before and its wider impact on all human beings, or did it only become relevant to us? And then that might force us to go on and set up an organization that informs people about cancer and so on and so forth. And there's an element of that which obviously it's doing good, but there's an element of that, well, was it sincere? Was it true? Or is it as much to help you as it is to help others? Now, reaching to a point where you're doing something that doesn't have those kind of aspects to it. So sometimes, for example, you might see somebody who's teaching about blackness and a pro-black, so on and so forth, or whatever, and then they've got a white partner. You understand? So, not to say that you can't teach about pro-blackness and have a partner of a different race or whatever the case may be. The issue is that, well, it was your concern about it because of the love of your people, or is it being driven by some form of internal guilt that's taking place? Yeah, because as we think about those 30, when you start combining them, on our level, we might be cool and used to it. It's your grandfather or the person's grandfather or their father. You understand? Within the genes. And these aspects of guilt generated from within can lead to certain types of actions. You have to ask yourself, particularly in the UK, I don't know if it's the same in the States or whatever, but there's no more blacker hairstyle than having dreadlocks. But over the last 30 to 40 years, it transformed from a symbol of dread, I am afraid of this particular individual, because they've got that hairstyle, you understand, the blackest of kind of black culture, into a hairstyle that a lot of people wear when they've got in a mixed relationship. You understand? So what is causing that leaning overstood to the other side? Yeah, that internal guilt. Just forcing, okay, well, I'm going to wear my hair natural, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be blackity black, so to speak, in terms of culture. And then, you know what I mean? In terms of the wisdom, i.e. the application of the knowledge, maybe my who I've decided to put my genes into doesn't necessarily represent that. Now, whatever takes place in your bedroom is your business, not my interest. But the point is that you get these contradictions, etc., and you have to think, as we evolve into higher life forms, and as there are higher life forms that provide more important aspects of service. You think about the sun, yes, which, as I say, is a planet with a brain and bloodstream, intelligent, makes decisions, so on and so forth, much like the planet. Yeah, if we humanize the sun insofar as thinking about the type of, if we were doing it and how we go on with each other, you know what I mean? Certain places on the planet would be in pure darkness because they acknowledged the work that we're doing in our current state. Or the planet Earth would be like a nightclub because the light will be going in and out. Yeah, because our mood's changing of when we feel that we should support and when we don't feel we should support. Well, at a certain level of existence, you can't have that type of attitude. At a certain level of service, you can't have that type of attitude, as there's going to be serious consequences. So when we think about this mum and think about nature's rules, understood, and how our high ancestors, the Panatharu, may see things and how they manage the expansion, you understand, of galaxies, universes, so on and so forth. They manage existence. The type of decision making that you have to think might not align itself with what we perceive to be our kind of human morals and the way in which we see the world. Understood? So this is very important to consider. This about intentions and say what sits behind it. And even to the point, even where even good intentions, they say, can lead to, you understand, good intentions can be associated with bad actions that have, you understand, adverse consequences. So having to align all of that together is obviously part of us becoming perfect. And they like to say no one's perfect. No one's perfect. No one's perfect. No one's perfect. No, we're not perfect. But we are striving for perfection. That's why we're here. And so we must understand that level of focus. The issue is certain times with a lot of organizations like ourselves, black organizations or black tribes or whatever, when we're trying to transform and come on the come up, understood, the Caucasians made the environment where if you deviate from anything other than perfect, then your organization deserves to die. Is that it's setting the environment now. And it's not to do with sometimes the advancement of certain groups of people that they make it out to be. It just makes the environment more difficult for us to operate in as a people. Because we're already operating in a justice system that says guilty before innocent, guilty before proven innocent. Correct? So imagine now working in a system that says trial by media. And people don't look into the facts of the case. The standards of proof are even lower for us, which makes it much easier to take away people's resources, much easier to make people subject to be imprisoned, makes much easier to say to end organizations that may be progressive, but as I say, have got things to say to set the record straight. Remember, if you talk about the inequalities between the races, they make you racist. As in, wrong racist. When you're trying to equalize or balance out, understood, in terms of justice and equality for liberation of your race. And so they're trying to silence certain voices, which way you have to be careful about how you move. Keep things like we always have, keep it factual. But even then, it's problematic, or the climate is becoming problematic with what they would allow, what they think. And if you don't control the environments understood, or that these messages are being delivered by, it's quite easy to shut people down. You understand? So we have to make sure, as I say, that we protect what is ours. Yeah, and that means being very definitive about what it is that we're seeking to achieve. Because having that in clear vision, in clear mind, being vivid about that, means that we will do much more to protect, yeah, what we perceive to be as valuable. Because we know what it means to where we're going. Understood. So, one of the interesting things in reflection projection is this term here, and I think we mentioned it in a previous class, but it says one thing about our race of people, which is a peculiar thing, is you seem to prefer mythology and mystery over reality and reason. Yeah, and this is one of the adverse things or characteristics of the spell, say, of a man, forgetfulness as it's in ancient Egypt, the spell of king. When we started to look for things outside of self, understand? And then the spell of money, which is the spell of Leviathan. Now, combination of all of that is the spell of sleep. Yeah, so this is the challenge that we face insofar as I say, we still have our emotional energy invested in books that have not been proven to be factually accurate or correct. You understand? My Bible, my Torah, my Quran, my God syndrome. You understand? Yeah. See, mystery, my this, my that. It's the my thing, that's my God, that's my this, that's my Most High, my relationship. Yeah. Rather than having the courage to put what we're dealing with through the various different tests, to prove it to be factual. Because once you're dead, no one from the dead has been able to come back and say, hey, this is a lie, this is a trick, this is so on and so forth. So we have to be able to make those decisions for our soul now, in this day and time. So our reality is much more amazing than their myth. And their myths are based on our reality. That's why it may have some semblance of us being attracted to it, but it's not factual. And we have to get back to the reality of who and what we are, and cultivate our reasoning abilities to discern what is good for us or positive for us and what is not good for us or evil to us, even though it may to the world appear to be good. And you've got that dichotomy within this society where of good evil and evil evil, because it's evil and it's vibrational, it's just evil to us, or it's negative to us. You understand what I'm saying? So therefore, like good evil is, the government says it will sell you nicotine in the form of cigarettes. You understand? Which kills you, by the way. And it says that on the packet, but it allows it to be sold. That is good evil. You understand? Versus somebody selling crack cocaine, which the whole society perceives as evil. Understood? But yet, on that same pole of addiction, they don't talk about the preacher or the imam, in the sense, or the rabbi that is teaching people misinformation, which is damaging the mind. And all the consequences that's had, and what we've had to overcome in terms of self-esteem, lowest of the low. All those books enforce that. Yeah, because oftentimes when we look at the images, the writings of the books, so on and so forth, that is the imagination of the authors of the books. And they wasn't of our race. Despite how much we want to do paint by numbers and colour certain things in, that's not where our story lies. Yeah, and so we have to kind of accept the painful aspect of it in order to really grasp and take this transformation much more seriously than we have been. You understand? And so it talked a little bit about our etheric cord in the Tarak concentration. Understood? And so understanding that aspects of the involuntary self are connected, to this etheric. We are connected to this etheric umbilical cord, so to speak. And then we have a very specific cord recording our own personal experiences. So you have the Pasarat, the time continuous liner, and you have the Sajal, which is known as our record, so recording every aspect of our existence. This slide there. And then the Narad or disc or crystal disc, or what's referred to as the me stone, interesting enough, me stone, which is obviously within the individual place, which is recording this, which enables us, as I say, in what they refer to as a dimensional shift. Yes, enables it to be transferred and able to be placed in a different skin suit or body at certain points of time, where they can take one's experiences from a certain age and place it in another structure or body, this skin suit, and you then arrive back at a certain age of one's choosing. Do you understand? In this dimensional shift, and one of the ways in which we're able to survive, serious extinction level events on the planet, and so on and so forth. This is part of our story, part of our characteristics, part of who we are, and how certain clues have been left on the walls in Egypt to point towards, let's say, these aspects of why we've been around for, let's say, billions of years, and able to survive even at things such as death. Yeah, so we have an etheric record as well as a physical record, and the two are intertwined or connected with each other. Now, let's move on. Go past these, not necessarily fully relevant to what we need to do, and get to this. So, one of the aspects of which is important about reflection and projection is this understanding of, and we did touch upon it, I think, in a previous session, and somebody did, in fact, ask a question about Sanan Ray. And what actually is it that we're talking about when, because we've had the Jesus story, which we understand that the way they've delivered it in the New Testament, it's not factual, written by Flavius Josephus, Piso, who was tied into the Ptolemy dynasty, when the later dynasties, 46th dynasty, in ancient Egypt. So they had access to certain secrets, certain information, or whatever, and they created a play which has been known as the New Testament. So the characters in there that they create, Jesus being one of them, is not real. The stories that are being related in there are nothing but the birth and deaths of galaxies, movement of certain solar systems, etc. And when they talk about Jesus appearing at certain points and disappearing at other points, when you think about Halley's Comet, for example, you think about Halley's Comet is seen on Earth at certain points, understood, then 70 some odd years later, it disappears, for 70 some odd years, and then we see it again. So that's giving you a clue about saying what is taking place when we're looking and reading some of these stories here. Now, the question is, which is touched upon by a few questions here, what does it mean to us and our story? Yeah, because we know it was copied, but if you're about that, understand, ontology, if you're about that factology, yeah, if you're about that numerology, then you want to go back to the source. Not interested in how the story got changed. We need to know what the original was. Understood? Yeah, and what it means in our culture to us. So in order to find that, we have to understand about certain things in our culture that were taking place in our story. So let's go through this. Yeah, the keeper of the what? Secret word, or the tone. As says 335, the son of Ptah and Sechamta of Egypt, whose Ka'ah spirit passed on to his own bloodline out of Chemem, Machmet, Black Egypt. 336. From Amun, who became Amun-Re, Amun-Re-Ra, the Amun down to Nabab, Chaparu-Re, or Neb-Cheperu-Ra, which translates as the master who rise as the sun rises. So remember, when you look at these various different positions of the sun, maybe it's probably easier to draw it. Some people in the call are familiar with this. Bear with me 1 second. I can't do that actually. Right, we'll have to imagine that our batteries run out for some reason. But the basically, when you look at Atum, is the sun, the rising sun in the morning. We've got Atun, which is the sun as it appears at noon, and then you've got Amun, which is the sun as it appears to set. So the position is Atum. When the sun joins it in that position, you get Atum Ray or Atum Ray. Understood? Sun in the position of Atun becomes Atun Ray. The sun in the position of Amun becomes Amun Ray. And then the opposite point to the noon point, or when the sun is the highest point in the sky, the Atun point, is Anun. That is in the darkness. Understood? The first three are visible. The Anun point is not visible, but it is perceived, it is felt. As when we are in state of shadow, which is falsely called nighttime, where we are on the opposite side facing the sun, so we're in a state of shadow, we can perceive the sun, we don't see it in the night sky, but we can feel its warmth, we can feel its heat, so to speak. Understood? Yes? So, and this can be overlaid against certain aspects of the life journey. Understand? I mean, I've gone into this before, the riddle of the Sphinx, so on and so forth. So the three different stages can be overlaid against various, either your daily journey, but also the life journey. So your Atum Ray point, for example, is when you wake up in the morning. Yeah, you're a little bit sluggish, you're just getting to grip. So whenever you open your eyes, yeah, and you allow light in, that becomes a Tum ray point for you. As the day goes on, obviously, you're going to be more energetic, understood? Yes, and at your highest point, your energy, that then becomes the Atun ray point for you. And then when you're now retiring to bed or ready to go to sleep, that becomes the Amun Reye point for you. Okay. Bear with me 1 second. 1 second. Yeah. Bear with me. Right. Okay, so basically, as I say, you've got these various different points in the life journey. And then when you think about this, something interesting asked about the point of death. So when a person goes to sleep, remember the physical shuts down, isn't it? You're still breathing. The sun is still shining, but the physical shuts down, but you're now existing as the etheric you, isn't it? You're existing as soul, you're existing as you're existing as the Ka'ah. Some people, and an expansion is taking place, isn't it? But your sun, that central sun, the Rawuh, obviously in the solar plex, is still shining because you're still breathing. Understood? Even though it's in the darkness. So it's perceived, but it's not seen. Understood? That Amun point. Yes? So, so in understanding that system, you can see where it gets overlaid and why you've got to start to pay more attention, or we have got to start to pay more attention to that aspect of our culture. Now, when you start beginning, it seems like gobbledygook, some of the symbolism, the names, so on and so forth. But what you have to into an overstanding is that the way certain things are, they look, names, attributes, all have very specific types of meanings. You understand? And you arming yourself with those 6 knowledge questions, you need to ask your subconscious, what's that? What's this? What's that? What's that mean? Who's that? Etc. Because once it's placed, the subconscious mind is going to seek out an answer. You understand? And so you have to focus your attention into learning these things. That's why we talked about earlier in terms of aspiration. We love that word that's used. How we must be very specific, because now we're charging, you understand, that mental thought about our transformation, about our healing, about our progression in all aspects. They're making that determination, decision. Understood? I'm going to master what the master's teaching. I am this, I am that, I am who I am. A very definite position, a definite focus, inward focus. There's external focus on what we need to do and what success means to us. You know, what success means to him, what success means to us as Musbatu, as Sabians, yeah, as children of the Panthar. So what we see here says his name translates to master who rises as the sun rises. It says he was called Tut Ankh Amun, the image of the living image of Amun Ray. Understood? So think about the position of where Amun Ray is. He was Harmun Bat Kharad, the golden child. So the time when he was around, he was the golden child. Now Eddie Murphy appeared in a movie, interesting enough, I think it's in the 80s, if my memory serves me correctly. Yeah, called the Golden Child. And he was acting as a protector for some Asian child, whatever the case may be. And a number of forces were trying to stop this kid from coming into staying alive or whatever, a certain configuration, a certain time, isn't it? That child was born, only at a certain time this happens, and he was going to basically bring about change in the world. Understood? That's a movie. In our culture, we see the reality. Hence why you see him, you understand, buried or his thing depicted in gold. Yeah, his sarcophagus, as what they say, Par Neb. Depicted in gold. It's Neb Ankh. Now, so we see the son of Tartum and Sachon Tak, whose bloodline passed on to his own bloodline out of Black Egypt. So here, those original sons we're looking at there, isn't it? Tartum and Sachon Tak. We see the 6 sons of this union. Some of the names you'll be familiar with. We see Amun, Sakar, Habab, Sabuk, Yim Hutib, or I am Hutib, and then Tahuti as the 6th son. Yeah, Pa Satan, who they got confused in the Bible and they copied these stories across as the serpent, understand, the wise one. The word, in fact, in their Bible doesn't say serpent, it says Nachash, means to whisper in the sand. Yes, to whisper requires a certain level of intelligence. Yeah, so if you want to believe there was a snake in a garden that was speaking to a woman, then that's one story. For us, we have to look at the symbolism that's in there and who it's grafted again. Pa Satan is simply saying the 6th. So in Sabatic language, Wahu is 1, Athu 2, Talu 3, Rabu 4, Haman 5, Satu is 6. When you want to say first, you say Wahu becomes Wahan, Athan, Thalan, Raban, Haman, Satan. It just means 6. Doesn't mean anything else other than that to us looking at it. Understood? But you can see how certain of our words in our language get changed and repurposed. So in their language, I think Satan means, let me search correct, means adversary. Yeah, so this is what can happen, is it? Because it's in somebody else's language. There was a question earlier. Yeah, what does it mean to us? Yeah, is it negative to us? And who does it represent? Yeah, in that regard. So this represents Tahuti, who was always there in the battle to help Haru or Hara in his battle against Atuk, according to an aspect of a symbolic story. And these are the first depictions of the first sons, with Amun, seeing Uncle Amun's name, being one of the first sons. Now, the Golden Child took Amun, yes, Golden Child, but we have a part of that today referred to as the Golden Children. Understood? And we were speaking to you about this aspect, isn't it, of the lower aspects of when we die, you understand, certainly if we die in a fearful state, that the challenge can be that basically certain aspects of our mental, because if you imagine the kind of soul like a shattered glass almost, you understand, at that point of death, and then certain aspects of us, depending on their vibrational rate, ascend to these higher states of ether. But if we died in a more fearful state, some of the aspects of ourselves will descend down to these lower states and become an etheric battery for some of these lower forces. And so we have to understand what is being talked about in our culture as it relates to what is wrongly called the Jesus story, because there's no Jesus in ancient Egypt. Understood? There is the character Jesus, and there is an equivalent of our story over 10,500 years ago. Understood? And then what it means in our culture. And it has a whole different meaning to the one that they gave you in the story in the Garden of Gethsemane, all that kind of stuff. That's somebody's play. Yeah, so if you can put that to one side for the moment, and I'll start to get back into what it means as we step back into prehistory, into our stuff. So here we see that from Feeding the Forces, we say because the morphogenetic field also links a chosen living bloodline member, since all consciousness of a race activity and the ethereal battery function is rotated counterclockwise for Negroids and clockwise for the Tanum Ki, met at a certain point in time, then stored at 180 degrees of an individual's ordinary consciousness. So we see this diagram, from Feeding the Forces. And one of the questions is, well, what is he talking about? What's all that? And basically, what we have to understand is, and you might have to go to another part of that called conscious being. So in conscious being, it advises us to look at the way they call Nephthys, Nababtat Hatat, and Isis, who we call Ashtat, understood in tons, how they're depicted. So sometimes you'll see them depicted together, and you can do your own research on the internet. I've got a picture for us today, but you can do your research on the internet. And it describes, so look at how their wings are shown. And how their wings are shown is they're shown pointing in the opposite direction to each other. And that basically, it is symbolism to denote that basically the physical world, its counterpart or its opposite, the spiritual world, is at 180 degrees of where it's at. So it formulates its opposite. Do you understand? Even though it's not opposite like as in opposing or opposition, it's introducing the dualism or duality principle in that regard. So the positioning, say up and down is subjective. So it's not up and down as you see it in that way. It is basically duality principle, meaning that they're coming out of one source. Two coming out of one source, as we see with Atum, and then we see Shu and Shawar and Tabath coming out of one. Understood? Now, so this is what it's showing. So at the opposite, or the storing of information, sense at the bottom, and now we're moving in the opposite counterclockwise direction. So remember the natural clock, i.e. looking at the movement of the sun as it appears to move from east to west as a person standing on earth looking upwards. The sun doesn't move. It's going in counterclockwise direction. We see the clock today goes in the opposite direction, clockwise, opposite direction, to counter, understood? That's why he has his time and we have our time. You understand? He's the opposite to us in ontologically speaking. So what is this making point? It's making a point that, as I say, our energy must be directed to our ancestral forces and sources only. Naturally, if things are working naturally. Unnaturally, that energy can be rediverted, understood, and empower forces that work for another race's and etheric ancestry. And some races' whole being of purpose for existence is to feed off. A parasitical relationship. They cannot exist without us being here. So therefore, one has to be aware of that. That's why I said you have the practice of religion and then you have the science of religion. And the science of religion is the interference of the dead into the lives of the living. And as we said earlier, the dead does not mean dead in the ground, non-existing. It can mean low energy. And it says 141, yes, in Feeding the Forces. Those Negroids who lose their souls by submitting to Dracula are unlikely to be able to access any of it, much less begin the gargantuan task of healing and merging the polarized aspects of the mental with their own genes. And this is just, let's say, a depiction I'm talking about here is that basically that soul, imagine it shattering You understand? And it basically should be rising in that morphogenetic field and being stored there, awaiting. When we talked about the 70 days, on that being strong enough for the soul that and the Ba'ah and the Ka'ah to combine, overstood itself once there's a sufficient amount of energy to do that. But imagine aspects of the person overstood, because when somebody takes a photograph of you, isn't it, using through Curlian photography, and it shows a picture of your auratic shell, for example, you are emanating, it looks like a kaleidoscope, isn't it, of energy, a multitude of different colors and frequencies, which those colors represent, of course. So aspects of ourself, when we talk about mood, that mood is vibrational energy, isn't it, in various different guises. Imagine that all needs to be of a certain vibration and of a certain color in order to make sure none of you is repurposed for any reason. Hence why in the physical, for example, without us being on our own land and performing our own rituals, we're going to basically burn our body and hopefully, you understand, dictate in our death rites or whatever that we want to see the actual body being burned, so that it doesn't get repurposed for something else. It doesn't get recycled for something else, because the soul force can exist in the physical elements of it for up to 1,000 years. So we know, as we expressed about order the white rose and order the red rose, that there are orders out there that are waiting to repurpose that body because they think there's a certain substance in there that's going to cure their ailments. And some are of that lower minded frequency, where they believe, well, if I eat the individual, I inherit their attributes. Well, there may be some truth in that because there's some DNA, but that's what they believe. And where'd that mindset come from? Well, the Draconians evolved down to a certain level where basically they derived, it's not only about the flesh of human beings, it has to be seasoned a certain way. And the way to season it is to get human beings to secrete adrenaline. So getting them to do negative acts, getting them to do evil acts, obviously forces that releasing of adrenaline, and it puts a certain vibration within the flesh that they absorb, they devolve to a certain level where they absorb and feed off of that energy. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, people say, well, no, that's crazy. Saying, well, maybe there's a thing. Let's go to their Bible story, and we're going to go to the book of Malachi. Switch to sharing my screen.
Do you want to answer a question before you move on?
Let me just finish the point.
Right.
Right, can you see the Bible screen?
I have a blank screen at the moment. Can see it now. Yes, screen showing.
You can see.
The screen has disappeared.
It disappeared.
Yeah.
For some reason. Okay, 1 second. Let me do it a different way. Right, okay, I'm sharing my screen and I'm moving this Bible screen. Yeah? Right, so you can see that. That's correct?
Yeah, we can see your screen. It's the words are blurry, so you can't actually read them. Yeah, that's better. Clear now.
Yeah, you can see. So yes, no, can you see the screen?
Yes, yes.
You can see the screen. Is it clear?
Yes. Yeah, it's all good. It's clear.
Okay. Right, okay, so hopefully you can see the screen. Now, if you go to Malachi chapter 2, verse 17, you can see it, look, it says, this is the Levitical priesthood, speaking to the Lord. And it says, now, Lord's attacking them for certain of their behavior, understood? In terms of some of the practices that they've been going on with. And we know that the Levitical priesthood were responsible, as I say, we look at for preparing human beings to make sure that they were eligible for not only sacrificing meat to these higher lords, extraterrestrials, but also human beings, as the case may be. Understood? And look at what it says. It says, ye have wearied the Lord with your words. Yeah, and so this is the Lord speaking as part of the group of extraterrestrials who were seeking to change this behavior. Understood? As we see the two sides of the family, Enki and Enlil. Understand? Enki saw the meat of the earth was vegetables. You understand? On Enlil's side of the family, the meat of the earth is meat and human beings included in that meat. Understood? So it says, and that's what I'm saying, getting them to do negative acts or evil acts sweetens the meat. Understood? Yes? And it says, ye have wearied the Lord with your words, yet ye say, wherein have we wearied him? When you say, everyone that doeth evil is good in the sight of the Lord, and he delighteth in them, or where is the God of judgment? Listen to what it says again. Let me read it again. Ye have wearied the Lord with your words, yet ye say, wherein have we wearied him? You understand? So them protesting, we're doing the work that you said, one of the other group of their extraterrestrials, because they got confused. Well, you did this what one of your other, the Lord said to do. So we're doing what he's asked us to do in terms of the preparation, you understand, of the sacrifices of meat sacrifice to certain groups of extraterrestrials. When ye say, everyone that doeth evil is good in the sight of the Lord, and he delighteth in them, or where is the judgment? So, what they've given as a certain type of approach, when you read what's coming out of the preacher's mouth and what's coming out of people, believers' mouth, when you start looking into the book, you have to say, oh, well, wait a minute, what's this? What's going on here? If you do evil, that's good. Yes, because if you're doing evil and you're secreting adrenaline, you understand? And that's giving the meat a certain type of frequency and seasoning, as we would call it, of which they then derive energy from that. That is why it's good. And exactly what it's saying here for those who have the eyes to see. But no, we're crazy, right? How come we didn't see that? They didn't show you that part. You understand? In the various different churches that you're seeing, how there's a bigger game going on. Yeah, and so we have to understand what's taking place. As I said in many classes before this one, you don't know the true value of the soul and what other beings or forces will do to get a piece of that. Yeah, what's the question, please, Matthew?
Right. There's no name for this question. It's anonymous, but they've asked, what would cause the Ba'h and the Ka'ah not to connect after 70 days of transition of a person?
If there isn't sufficient energy to make the transition, and if you want to know more information, that you need to go to Patarak conscious being. Yeah, so there has to be a sufficient amount of soul energy in order for the connection to take place. So, and that is derived, as I say, of how much has been how much, obviously, that you have at birth, which is when we're born, is that we have a certain amount and it's pure. But unfortunately, because of the ways in this society, we're not well protected, spiritually speaking. In the sense, we're already blessed, so we don't need a blessing ceremony. We're already blessed. But there are forces that come and try to attack the baby. Hence why you have a naming ceremony, which is really a form of protection. Yeah, in their society it becomes, isn't it, godparents or whatever they call them or whatever. But in our culture, a tetrahedron was formed with key family members or whatever to protect the child, because the child is not able to protect itself from certain discarnate forces as well as certain physical ones. We can protect against the physical ones if we can manage our emotions. And we were talking previously about how parents, the child really should only be in the parents' hands for the first 2 years. A difficult transformation culturally for us to achieve that, because human beings carry germs and they carry a lot of adverse energy that the baby's not ready for. So therefore the child must be protected if we're going to maintain that energy throughout life. And then different behavior, as I say, can feed it, different behavior can deplete that energy. And if there is not a sufficient amount at the point of death, then basically that can mean the coming together of that will not take place, and the soul will go off in its own direction, and the ka'ah will dissipate or disintegrate into nothingness. So there's a certain approach that needs to be achieved, or us working towards, in terms of preparedness for the doorway, which is death. And as I say, we need to reach at least ether 6 in terms of power. So if you think about going in that direction from E1, we have to reach or be at level at least ether 6 for there to be sufficient amount of power. But for more information on that, seek out the Partarak Conscious Being, either the written version or there may be a version on YouTube. Check out the Wu-Sabat YouTube channel. So this is important. So we're talking about this gargantuan chast because this is what can happen, isn't it? At a point of death, I say, symbolically speaking, it shatters like broken glass. Some aspects of us are down. So imagine all of the people who died in this ignorant state, how much of these pieces of us were in the wrong vibration and now in 1 and 6 ether. So this is why it's saying gargantuan, because it's supposed to be matched now. Understood? Yes? It needs to be matched with this entity of our own bloodline, which is always at 9, 8, and 7. We shouldn't have any aspects of ourselves down here. You understand? So let's look at some of these, what these mean to us. So listen. So Ray Ha-Achat program facilitates a race's basic purpose of directing its energy, the life essence, out of the physical plane, where it engenders expanding consciousness, welcoming of new diverse life experience into the ethereal realm, in order to feed predatory discarnate entities and the splintered tormented spirit of race ancestors. Now that is not in order not to. What it is in the previous verses, it's talking about the ghouls and what they are trying to, their behavior that they're trying to do or work for is to engender this. Yeah, an approach where it allows the forces in the door that basically feed off of the energy of our ancestors. But as we see here, our connection to our ancestors means that our emotional energy should simply be directed to our great-grandmother, great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather who passed, etc., all being held as more projectile. Our energy should be going there, and then when we need assistance, we're drawing on them for assistance. We're not going anywhere else. We're not praying to anybody else. And what happens is that when we're interacting with forces not aligned with our genetics, not in line with our etheric vibrational rate, you get this a mismatch that takes place, which you find happen, for example, in the Pentecostal church, where people are speaking in tongues and being violently thrown, you understand, across the floor or foaming at the mouth, so on and so forth, because the person is trying to interact with ether levels which are not of their bloodline. I hope this is making sense. Well, maybe not hope. I hope, well. So, yeah, it's difficult to not use that word. I want it to make sense. Yeah, so that it's clear. Now, we're running a bit over time, so as I say, I'm going to continue. For those who wish to continue with me, please do, but we're definitely going to get sorted today. So we need to go through this, a few other bits and pieces, so I'm going to move through more rapidly. Any other questions?
We have no questions.
Okay, so we understand about Tut Ankh Amun and the Golden Child, and you need to go back to Rebirth of Black Egypt and the Matriarch YouTube channel, on our YouTube channel, to watch those classes to understand. We went through the story of Isis and Re. Yeah, also if people have got the book Ancient Egypt and Pharaohs, go in and understand that story as well. You understand about what makes a Haru, because in that story, it's that Re passed the secret word onto Isis or Ashtak, understood? And then basically she gave it to her son, Hara, who was to keep it to the end of time. So what makes somebody a Haru in our culture is the person who has a secret word or the secret tone. Go back and check the introduction to any one of the books, Luciferian Conspiracy, Jesus Found in Egypt, whatever, and read through the Master's introduction, and you'll see, you understand, why he's calling himself that. It's not an ego thing. It's a characteristic, understood, yeah, to do with tone and vibrations, etc. Now, let's work through this golden child or golden children thing to understand what that is to us. It says, golden children, likum, your kharad children are really not you. 2, they only came through your DNA. 3, the golden children started their final incarnation into chosen persons in 1973 on up to 2003, over a 40-year span of time. So it's not that it happens randomly, it happens over a specific window of opportunity and time, yes? 4, no, not all Kharadu children, not even Nagaru Kharadu Negroid children, only selected ones. 5, not as many as you would think. 6, they don't know who they are themselves. They may feel strange, not of this Kawak planet or cosmos. 7, many have great Sakhamat powers to learn. They see things with a third eye and inner vision. 8, many separate from others and appear to others to be mentally unbalanced and are called nuts, insane, crazy, strange, different, or loners. 9, they range in all ages between that time that the last was born 2003. 10, don't be fooled and don't fool yourself into thinking you are a golden child or you gave birth to a golden child. You know, a lot of people start ego tripping. Yeah. 11, you may be one or you may have given birth to one. Listen, certain people on the phone, and when you're hearing to others, what does it say here? 12, don't claim it or force it. So we don't need to say, I'm a golden child. Some people who feel that if they're challenged or questioned on certain things, that they're being attacked or whatever the case may be, defend what you're saying. You understand? If you're going to say something, then be able to back it up and defend it. But you don't have to claim it. You understand? It will show in terms of the evidence of when the time is right, those behaviors will manifest themselves. Now, 13, it started with females who in turn gave birth to males. 14, so that these two would be drawn together to birth golden children, or wahu kharad, one child. 15, because a male and a female has birthed one golden child does not by far mean all their offspring will be golden children. 16, they are not ladud born in one place on the Kawak planet. 17, yet they all or each have to be activated by touch and tone by Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn. 18. They are also called star children and are very gifted. 19. Many have been altered by Jannas sex, Batal food, Masak music, habits, loss of their etheric link to the Achach oversouls who sent them here. 20. Smoking, drinking, lust, doing things to their bodies, tattoos, piercings, tongue, and other body cutting and distortions, chemicals on skin, hair, bleached hair, and color contacts. Why, you ask? So this is basically saying that because we didn't have the environment set up correctly, these children are being born around the world, and basically they don't know who they are. Yes, and if you know, as a doctrine has been taught and evolved, the focus has always been on the children. And this is because obviously we knew what was coming through, the day and time we're in, and what was expected. As we keep saying to you, the FBI, through a man named J. Edgar Hoover, also recognized the time and what was coming through, because they had an agenda called COINTELPRO, which was the birth of what? A black messiah. Which I keep saying it started in Marcus Garvey's time. It didn't start in the 60s. So they were using their power and forces, even though we're citizens of the same country, allegedly, to work against their own citizens. Understood? So, whilst we may not think that agenda, and what lengths would they go to stop this from taking place? And how every leader seems to be attacked in the same way, using the sex force. As we explained on the last class, they're even trying to mash up Martin Luther King's legacy now, if they can do, by getting into what was taking place in his bedroom. And as we expressed in previous parts of this class, when you go to school today, you don't request, if it's that important, why don't, when you're taking your kids to school, when you're leaving your kids in school for 35, 40 hours a week, or whatever the case may be, whilst you are working or running businesses, if you don't homeschool your kids or whatever, did you ask for a sexual history of the teacher that's teaching your child maths, or religious studies, or physics, or French, or any other language that we learn in school? You didn't even ask for their qualifications to know that they was a teacher in most cases. So why now is the trick, when we have black organizations on the come up and people are trying to save blacks, that we must judge them on their sexual history? Is what they always do: bring down, bring down, bring down, bring down. Yet, when it's their leaders, they pick and choose how they want to use the sex force. So if they want to get somebody out, they expose their sexual misconduct. If somebody who's in who they want to keep is guilty of sexual misconduct, they don't bring them down. You can think of some obvious examples of how that's happened recently today. So they pick and choose when the morals apply. They pick and choose when justice applied. They pick and choose how justice is applied. And always with us, it's always the worst case scenario. And our people do not use right knowledge, right wisdom, right understanding, and question things, knowing the battle and the war that is taking place between the forces. And you know that to be the case, because if you tell a person the truth about themselves, which is what the master's been doing for the last 50 odd years, when you try to tell a person the truth to help them, our ego is so fragile, we create a friend and an enemy at the same time. Because you'll say that to the person, and then what happens is that voice of thing comes in and goes, well, they're not. He's telling me that, but you know what? He's not even living his life. The voice of justification, rather than to accept the medicine because we should be able to check each other. You understand? As family. Because your correction, your improvement is my improvement when we look at from a race point of view. Remember we said last week from the 9 ball, what is best for the individual is not always best for the race. But what is best for the race is always best for the individual. And how this game is played many years in advance by the Mukasu for the day and time that we are all living in right now. Yeah, the movies and things that get put out, whatever. So when the real truth about our doctrine comes out, this all sounds like, science fiction, movie talk. The things that relate to our reality to make it more difficult for us to focus. You understand? Oh, that's Thor, that's Iron Man, that's this. I mean, when the reality of it is our story. Not theirs in aspect. I'm talking about the aspect of certain aspects of abilities and skills within. Yes? So let's look at this. Before we move on to that explanation of the color, let's look at this. So why the touching is necessary, or this correlation or connection with this Amanubi Ra'akata is necessary. So it says, this is from Emotional Energy. It says, these intelligent 90 for soul forces, being Ethereans, exist on all 9 abodes. Yes? And the bodies of a person who function on any given abode are composed of the atoms of that respective nutational rate. So remember we was explaining in a previous session that in Emotional Energy it says Sabians or Wapians as it was back then, that you must overstand nutation. Yeah, the word must was there. You must understand nutation or overstand nutation. And so basically we understand that when we talk about the physical plane, plane of force, spiritual plane, so on and so forth, as we go up the various different planes within existence. Our plane is moods of vibrational energy in a system of form, understood? And so basically everything on the physical plane, i.e. planets, even down to the smallest physical cell, you understand, atom, it's all nutating at the same rate. And so this is how you know it's the physical plane that you're on, by the nutational rate of the atoms of that particular abode. But because we've never been exposed to higher forms as we understand it, it's a bit like somebody eating a meal. There are some people who just eat the food and it tastes nice or it don't taste nice. There's other people who are able, I can taste the basil in that. I can taste the, I can taste the thing. Their palate is much more, uses sophisticated, but we're going to say it has much more experience that they're able then to discern, you put turmeric in that today. You put this, you put that, and then show maybe a great appreciation for the cooking skill. Whereas some of us is like, yeah, how's it taste? Yeah, it tastes all right, man. It tastes good. Yeah, I'm satisfied. You know what I mean? So we have that distinction. So as it pertains to us, we have the composition of all of the atoms span across all of the abodes as Nagaru. Understood? But we don't discern between them. We can't tell one between the other. And if we are able to tell one between the other, then we would be able to raise our vibrational rate to align ourselves to exist in these various different modes, so transform out of the physical into, plane of force or so on and so forth. Where imagine now if a comet, there's one large one on its way coming in 2032, called Apophis, let's say that hit the planet or whatever. Being able to move different dimensions or vibrational rate would mean that you wouldn't get destroyed by the world that you're existing within, isn't it? Even though you're in the same place or space, because you're vibrating at a different rate to the rate of the physical atoms that the activity is taking place within. Now, that is one purpose, but it also has another purpose insofar as us understanding, well, these lower forces, you understand? Well, we've got to go down and get some of our ancestors who are trapped to these lower realms, correct? And so we have to have a transformational ability to move down these various different ether scales in order to, okay, boom, let me pick that up and pull you from there, as well as then protect yourself from those forces which are down there, so you don't get stuck down there. You understand? Yeah? By being able to draw that energy to us and pull it out from where it's not supposed to be. Understand that for a moment. So they can be saved, redeemed, and claimed by one with beings in the upper and lower worlds or abodes. This being part he, par Nathar, Amun Babre Hakta, I'm saying the updated way, is a Nathar, a person, an incarnation into the flesh to save you and raise your vibrational rates. So these are the purpose of what it's making reference to here. You understand? The Amun Babre Hakta, you understand? Jedi, some may refer to as the end. He can function on any abode. This is what the 6 etheric beings, lower forces, have told by the lower forces of Wicca, and why they have been imprisoned him to such a high level to keep him from touching you in order to activate your higher senses. Nuapians or Sabians, a being such of this one living on all of the abodes at once has the ability to naturally discern all of the abodes which are of a lower nutational rate than the abode which he happens to incarnate in person in order to function. So, obviously, discern of all, but specifically, we need to be able to go down, isn't it? To get these lower aspects of self from these 1 to whatever, 6 down to 1 ether levels. Every mortal alive consists of many beings of force of ether from this material abode. Is just one of the known 7 abodes. Yeah, and then it goes on to explain all of them, which I think we've shown you in a previous class. So this is how deep this gets. Yeah, so pay attention. A bit uncomfortable aspect to this thing, but it's what happens in this fight to let you know that this war versus what you're maybe calling good and evil, or positive, or 9 ether versus 6 ether, or versus the forces of Zupu, and saying what it will take for us to transform our race out of the hellish conditions that we find ourselves in. So this is a set called Mukasu, or Caucasian university researchers and lecturers doing a raid on basically government raids around the world on different religious communities, or what is considered to be new religious movements, understood, and how this strategy has been used. There's a playbook of how this has been used. So we talked about COINTELPRO, but this has evolved now to a playbook of setting certain things up, because they don't know, for example, where this new cycle energy or where this golden children is going to eradicate, where these golden children are going to come through. They don't know necessarily thinking about it necessarily just by race. They don't know how it's going to come, where it's going to come from, and what guise it's in. So there are forces here, okay, if that's the emergence of certain things or certain information, that basically they're going to clamp down upon, because it may be that's where that new cycle information is coming through on, i.e. what they perceive to be the end of their rule and the incoming, as I say, of the sun cycle, among other things. Now, interesting enough, let's look at some of this playbook. Yeah, and if you want the book, go into it in more detail. You want to do some more detailed research on that. We're saying the model of counter movement, organization, and mobilization. It says, originated with the Kelly Plan, ACM leaders recalibrated their strategy or assault on new religious movements to take advantage of the heightened climate of fear regarding child abuse, while seizing new opportunities opened up through a growing transnational network. The basic plan called for the creation of a core alliance of ACM organizations, actors, and apostates, with the possible inclusion of concerned relatives, families, friends to press claims and pressure authorities to act. In the following pages, and you have to go on and read that if you want to get into the book in more detail, we identify the dynamic processes that impel and hasten the extreme action of government raids on targeted religious communities and structural components of our raid model. Understood? Yeah, some various different actors that they bring in, organizations that they bring in, oftentimes based on, not necessarily based on fact, but how the organization is perceived, and they build up a story or a narrative that then allows them to use the ultimate source or force of power, which is a government raid. Figure 2.1, that's not to say there is not adverse organizations out there and things that need to be investigated, so on and so forth, but this is a specific model targeted at certain religious or new religious communities, or what they call new religious movements. That's how they're classifying it as. The core components, ACM organizer actors and apostates and concerned relatives, friends of the new religious movement members, form an alliance to lodge claims and recruit sympathetic or opportunist media, state agents, law enforcement, family, child protection services to their cause. When news reporters and state agents are persuaded by the ACM framing an inflated perception of a cult threat, frequently predicated on claims of child abuse, it engenders a loose coalition of opponents, setting into motion forces that drive an urgent state of action. So they're talking about this model, which, let's say, not me writing this, they've gone around the world and in different countries and ascertained that there's a model of approach which seems to be targeted, let's say, at new religious movements. And this is the kind of dynamic model of what they bring together to coordinate, as I say, this attack on ideologies, which, as I say, for a people on the come up, restarting or renewing our culture, we know that it's always been under attack. And if you look at the sequence of organizations from, you understand, United Negro, the UNIA, you understand, movement, Nation of Islam, so on and so forth. Anything that's tried to advance our people, you know that there's been a counter movement attack. They don't assassinate anymore, they assassinate character. Because assassination or killing people creates martyrs. Yeah, and people move behind those martyrs, as we're seeing now, unfortunately, you understand, behind the Black Lives Matter movement. You understand, there are people who have been martyred now, you understand, behind that movement, which is causing people around the world to rally behind that for change. Yeah, so it must damage the character of the person to, let's say, that person can't be considered to be an example anymore. Now, this is talking about the raid on May 8, 2002 on Tamaray, which was the 476 acres of land that we set up in order to start to progress our culture. Overstood, yeah? One could consider to be an Egyptian, some call it a village, city, whatever the case may be. And this is what happened in the raid. So it says the raid was deemed successful in that no one was killed, but the results proved to be disappointing for the FBI and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms. The ATF had participated in a raid, searched the compound for a stash of illegal weapons. The local sheriff, Howard Seals, listen to this, told the media that he was aware of numerous weapons ranging from handguns to assault rifles that had been confiscated. So he built up a narrative, isn't it, that basically, look, hey, like, this is Waco again. Yeah, even though you have to question, was what was done, even in that instance, proportionate to what was happening there? That's something you have to look into. Now, the question is that they said, oh, there's guns there because they went to firefight. And then justifies to kill off men, women, children, and so on and so forth, which in this instance, it was a land grab. But let's continue to read this. Says, range from handguns have been confiscated. He claimed that in York's bedroom alone, there was at least 3 assault rifles and other assaulted handguns, and what I would call regular long guns. Seals noted the barn where the men lived had a lot of weapons in it. But there was no mention in the news reports of the ATF finding a stockpile of machine guns or illegal weapons, as surely, listen, there would have been if they were discovered. More to the point, there were no weapons charges once the case went to court. You see, so this is somebody else. Mukasu, which is what we should all be doing, is analysing when these accusations come out, not, well, I believe that person based on sound. No, you got to go into the case because you know how it's been played out before, as difficult as it may seem. Understand? And we're talking about child abuse, child molestation, understand, etc., etc. No one wants to even touch the subject. So they know the psychology of our people when it comes to that. Basically, well, I don't even touch it. I want to go into it. So we won't even look at the evidence. You understand? And unfortunately, this is how they're just able now to bring down any organization. Now it's so bad, it's trial by media. There is no test of innocent until proven guilty. It is guilty, proving yourself innocent. It is now guilty with no evidence. It's guilty based on the subject matter. And when you analyze this book, I haven't written the book, so I'm going to say university research has written it. It basically is because they knew this strategy works. And so it was an upgraded strategy from how they used to use certain things before in terms of attacking these religious groups. Yeah, I think the Martin trials is one of those cases or evidence of that type of behavior. Now, it says the raid also failed, this is them reporting this, failed to produce physical evidence of child molestation. Cheryl Seals told Rob Peter of the Macon Telegraph why 5 children in range of 14 to 16 were taken into protective custody. We received information about these 5 children that corroborated by others that caused us to seek out the protective order. We had an order from a juvenile court signed by a judge prior to go onto the compound, what they call the compound. The children we suspect are victims of molestation. However, when the 5 teenagers were examined by doctors, social workers and psychologists, no medical evidence found that any of them had any sexual contact with Dr. Malachi York. 4 tested positive for STDs. The residents of Tamarack explained that some of the teens had flouted the commune rules regarding sex, drugs and partying in the barn at night. You understand? So, any details about that, but obviously that's what children do. If they're going to break the rules, go out, party, boom, 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 so on and so forth. And we understand those 4 generations in where these desires can come from and be expressed when there's peace and order and certain things are safe within a group. And we have to even manage out those things within ourselves. So earlier that morning, May 8th, the group leader, Dr. Malachi KZ York, was arrested by FBI agents in a parking lot in the supermarket in nearby town, Milledgeville, where he was shopping with one of his plural wives. The FBI raided York's house in Athens. They found and confiscated $400,000 in cash. York and his main plural wife, Kathy Johnson, were charged with transporting children across state lines for sex from New York to Georgia in March and April 1993. Listen, people. I know we've got into an area of uncomfortability here. Look at the dates. Yeah, look at the dates. May 8, 2002, these events happened in 1993, allegedly. Yeah, when they moved from upstate New York down to Georgia, when they bought, you understand, we bought 476 acres of land on Yamasee Native American land. The Yamasee tribe is a black Native American tribe, ties into the Yamasee in West Africa. This was our tribal land. Understood? Yeah? And the issue is that why was that date significant? May 8th or 2002? What was happening in that year or that date? Because people know, the vortex opened in 2003. There was an alignment in May 8th, 2002. Their thing was, we need to get this guy away from his people. Because a gathering was supposed to take place. Yeah, whether you believe it or not, a gathering was supposed to take place. And basically, this alignment would have allowed the transformation of, let's say, a number of adults, you understand, and young people who had that golden child set of genetics, as well as any other Nagaru who were familiar with the process. That was the time in nature to aid that transformation. Because do your research, May 8th, 2002 was a planetary alignment. Not something that even we spoke about originating in our doctrine. That was a planetary alignment. Yeah, and as you know, the vortex opens on the 3 of every year. So that year from 2 to 3 was a specific gateway or window that opened, and it was blocked. Get him away. Don't care what the thing is. Get him away from his people. Get him away from his family. Whatever it takes. You understand? Because when all these charges were brought, and as you see, there was no evidence in the investigation, even at the arraignment hearing, they said they hadn't even investigated. Go and do the. I know they've sealed up a lot of the transcripts. They had no evidence of any type of sexual molestation, etc. It took them 2 years to bring the charges. Understood? Yes. And they had to lower the threshold of proof by using the RICO, Racketeer Influence Corrupt Organizations, what they used for the mafia. Because the mafia was that adept in evading law enforcement, bribing judges, etc., having people in political office, so on and so forth, that they lowered the threshold of proof so that they could charge them and get them. So imagine in this case, they couldn't find the evidence of child molestation, so they brought in racketeering, understood, under RICO charges in order to get their conviction that they needed. Understood? Child molestation case doesn't even stand up. And basically, as you know, one of the prosecution's lead victims recanted all of her statement. And all of a lot of so-called victims were giving evidence under immunity agreements because they were the ones engaged in, let's say, adverse sexual activity, and then transform themselves because they got kicked out of the organization, etc. And this is what happens. They use ex-members as part of the system of use to give evidence against, to support these so-called charges that happened originally charging from 1993. And so when they were being challenged in the court and giving evidence, so on and so forth, I think it ended up, because if you look at the amount of counts, when people were giving evidence, the lawyers saying, well, how much times were you, and it's an uncomfortable subject, but this is, how much times were you abused or molested? 4 times a day. How much time were you molested or abused? Yeah, for me, it was 3 times a day. How many times were you abused? When they added up all these particular victims of the prosecution who were giving their evidence, it worked out that Dr. Malachi Z would have had to have sex over 11,000 times a month in order to have fulfilled all of these acts of molestation. Now, the judge sealed all the transcripts. So you can't get under transcripts of the case, all sealed. So you can't see what was said, what evidence was given. The judge in the case was a prosecutor in a previous case with the York family, where basically his father-in-law, they left a sponge or surgical gauze inside his body and closed him up. He ended up dying on the operating table. And they sued the county, overstood, and the county couldn't afford to pay them out. So they had to give the York family at that time, which is the Richardson family, and they had to give them the hospital because they couldn't afford to pay out the 30 million settlement. The prosecutor in that case was Judge C. Ashley Royal, who is the same judge who prosecuted Dr. Malachi Z. York in this case. Under rules in America, if you've had prior dealings, the judge must recuse himself. He didn't do so. The judge moved the case to Brunswick, Georgia, which you see has come up in the media. This is color purple country, and prosecuted the case himself. And you have to look at who are the forces involved. Sheriff Seals, who was a new sheriff at that time, who all of this really originated with, interestingly enough, was presented with a medal by George Bush when this conviction was fulfilled. So you got to look at who are the forces sitting behind who activated this and who targeted this organization. Now, says here he was convicted of child molestation, racketeering, and given 135 years in federal prison. 135 years. Yeah. Let's look at that. Keep that number in mind. Now, so you can see why now, if it becomes a controversial matter now when you're talking about touching anybody. You understand? Because of what it now introduces. And this is the lengths that they will go to stop this transformation about people taking place. And this is why you have to realize the game and the fight that you're in right now. And why certain things are done. So some things, yes, it can be seen, well, that's for the rights of these individuals, and that's for the rights of certain people, no problem with that. You understand? You know, certain people being marginalized, not being able to bring their story, nothing wrong with the Me Too movement, nothing wrong with the ideals and certain things behind it, but it's the why it's being brought out now, and why certain things are happening now. There's always a 6 ether side to it and a 9 ether side to it. One example we went through with the gatekeepers. Yeah, and the level of resilience that you have to have in time, because this is where the real fight is. The real fight is not on being a Christian in society. They don't give a damn about that. The real fight, Muslims may get a little bit of a harsher challenge, but you can practice your religion in the West, in this country. If you don't like it, go to another Muslim country where they practice it. Understood? They're not trying to take you out so that you practice nothing. And this is what's happening. The new cycle information, they don't mind you with the old style stuff. This new stuff is what they're seeking to prevent, because they know what's coming through the vortexes. They know what's coming here by way of extraterrestrials seeking to transform and change the adverse 6 ether dominant ghost stational forces element that's on this planet right now. And what our story of the Messiah really means, and what it pertains to, and what the purpose is. Because their Messiah still hasn't come yet. It's supposed to come in the year 2000, but 20 years later, it's still not arrived. Let's continue, see what's at stake. So it's saying, not all Nuwapians are golden children. Let's go back, sorry. Let's go back here. Now it says, why, you may ask? Because the way the sunlight touches them and affects their being inside and outside in. For you see, if your hair is hammam, black in Lawan color, it attracts the sun's rays. 24, if you bleach or change your Lawan, the color, to something lighter, as you know, the sun's rays are deflected from bright and light colors. So we were showing this in the last class. How they're seeking to change the vibrational rate of us as a people, alter the matrix. How many stars? I'm saying to you, if you think that blonde hair makes you feel beautiful, it gives you that confidence, so on and so forth. But the idea of it, you understand, what it represents, who is enforcing or giving or allowing the promotion of that idea, because it's something that's come along more recently. As I said, is it black entertainment television or blonde entertainment television, for the amount of people who transform their hair and how they take people, say, Sophia, I'm going to pronounce her surname, but you know the one in Modern Family, Jennifer Lopez. Look at these stars and look at how they've lightened their hair as the program got more successful. Their hair was jet black. You understand? This is showing a change in energy, and our people is the same. Hey, see people that on one day their hair's black, all of a sudden now they're rocking blonde. And a certain type of agenda is being advanced, even just by the look through the television, even if they're not even saying anything specifically. The look is it, because it's sending out a certain frequency, a certain type of vibration. And I'm sorry, if you're dark skin, chocolate, brown, dark skin, beautiful skin, blonde don't look right on you anyway. It looks odd. They're trying to force us to look like it's normal. If you see it enough times, look up, you know what, cha, you just accept it. Because it's being pushed every time in front of you. It's part of an agenda, yeah, of showing weakness or, as I say, genes, or in this case, look, it's deflecting valuable cosmic energy that we should be receiving and absorbing and processing. It says, if you deform your khatat body, the weight, speed, the time system is altered because of the growth of new daman blood. The cells, the whole system of rebirth in the physical body is changed by any and all alterations. This applies to the golden children as well. 27, if you're not a star child, it does not matter. Yet if a golden child, it does matter. You see what they're trying to stop? By forcing children to alter the matrix. Certain characters which are used, which we consider to be, yeah, great, have been responsible for introducing changes in vibration. Hip-hop stars look like rock stars. Then the sportsmen now look like the hip-hop stars. You understand? This is how it has been, that's how the transformation has taken place. The master wrote a book over 30 years ago, said hip-hop is the new rock music. At that time, people wasn't using tattoos and all that kind of stuff. So it seemed like, oh, this is interesting. Speaking ahead of his time to what's taking place now. What's the difference between a rock star and a hip hop artist now? The way they look. Tattoos are all up on their neck, all over their body, etc. Yeah, we didn't have tattoos unless it's tribal stuff, because we already got melanin on it in our skin. We've got nature's tattoos, it's called melanin. It's not a blank canvas. And tattoos don't look good on us anyway. They always turn this kind of dull, greyish, blue colour. They look better on white people, let's be honest, because they ain't got no colour in their skin. Do you understand what's taking place? So it says, these applies to the golden children as well. If not a star child, it does not matter. Yet if a golden child, it does matter. 28, if it is already done, it can be corrected. 29, sleeping with the wrong humans also has an effect on golden children. So you see this proliferation of loose sexual behavior, so on and so forth, sleep with who you want, as many partners as you want, sexual liberation, so on and so forth, all designed to alter the genes. 30. Not all Nwapins are golden children, yet Shakhasu people on this planet, regardless of Salal race, can be saved by them when the time comes, and they are in Wu-Sabat or Wunawap. 31. For each golden child from 1973 AD to 2003 AD, at the exact time of their birth, there was a fire child born, the exact opposite in nature. 32. Their firstborn was male. So remember, in our case, the firstborn was what? Female. So it's in the opposite. The firstborn was male in 1973. 33. They do deform their bodies in all ways and are those who have spread it to power world over. 34. Their music, food, lust, body distortions has led to many golden children being seduced into following these fire children. 35. Deceived by the offer of finance, success, wealth, accepting them as Kharadu, children of fire, instead of as golden children. 36. Many have surrendered their Ba'ah souls to these fire children. 37. Many golden children have been forced to be like others by their own Yasar family and Sadaku friends, or be rejected, left alone, denied a normal, happy life. 38. This will not affect their realignment with the oversouls that sent them. 39. The time for the true awakening is upon us. I was supposed to touch them in 26th of June 2003. 40. As you see, the children of fire prevented that. 41. Be not too hurt by one of these children because of their strange behavior. 42. They can be so different in so many ways. 43. They are many times misunderstood and some diagnosed with having attention deficit disorder. 44. So of their extraordinary qualities are psychic, telepathic, creative, healing, clairvoyant. Some start to read very young, draw, sing, write poems regardless of age. Some hate school education, even people. 45. They have an awareness of outer beings that others don't seem to know anything about. 46. They are protecting themselves. They are 9 ether evolution quantum leap to 10 ether recycles. We went through the 1, 2, 3, 4. We went through this earlier, yeah, in terms of production of sons and new beings, both birth and in the death process. 48. Or 110, 1 plus nothing, 1 plus 0, return to the etheric being. 0, yeah, obviously to 10. 49. The reverse of the Barafri gland. Ether 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spark or force from hydrogen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. From ether nothingness to hydrogen somethingness. No weight or weightlessness existence to weight. The sum of all things refers to nothing, yet existence. Yes, so we're looking at this intertwining and that journey. So how we came through from that state, and then it gets reversed out in terms of our transformation. The sum of all things refers to nothing, yet existence. Things that do not matter, are a matter of fact, and matter becomes the crystal children of the crystal city. Many Lawanat colors shine forth from crystals, as each has a mode, speed, and incarnation. Listen to this now. Re Ha Achet Ha Amun is in the crystal and reflects a crystal light in force, whereas Jedi reflects the green, and others share the same reflections of heat, energy, force, vigor, activity, energetic, and can energize or de-energize at will. 56, which is a result of what color forces are you and what you became. It's 57, with others that can be transfigured as a speed up in vibration. They transcend states of existence. 58, resulting in an interview in evolutions of Homo sapiens and the starters who implanted the physical tree of evolution. 59, it is an intervention in the human genetic makeup to bring about new beings. Heavy duty stuff. We are moving from linear progression to cyclical evolution. And so basically, we're building upon layers that have been laid before. Understood? Because linear progression, you're just moving, isn't it? And then you're advancing, but you're not necessarily looking at what took place in the past. We now are building. So what we learned in the 60s to 70s is still there, but you're building on top of it. Each time, cyclical evolution. Understood? And we have interceptions in the genome, which we touched upon in the last class, when we were talking about the mitochondrial DNA as part of the Natharu, yeah, of ancient Egypt, yeah, worked with Inki, understood, or Nulimud of the Anunnaki, when they were seeking to perfect Sakum Tet's formula of how it worked with the mitochondrial DNA. One of the characteristics of them perfecting this self-replicating circular genome in that regard was that they talk about in 18 plus 18 plus 1, 37 genes in the mitochondrial DNA of its extraterrestrial origin, is that certain things could be hidden interdimensionally and triggered by beings of different extraterrestrial origin to force changes in the genome. So you can have interceptions, as I say, by way of like how mitochondrial DNA was produced, was by the interactions between bacteria, viruses, etc. 9 billion different infectious events, which led to the eventual development of what we call in mitochondrial DNA. But you can have interceptions in the genome. HAR1, human accelerated region, it's on 20th chromosome, where these are interceptions in the genome, where somebody has come in and programmed or forcing evolutionary change and growth. That's one of the reasons why we can speak or have articulate speech over and above the animal kingdom is because of Ha1. Yeah, look these things up. So, hear what it's saying now. It's saying to bring about new beings, Nubians, new beings. 60, a genetic upgrade in the DNA from 61 by these Haradu children, many now grown, humanine or humanity in experiencing a quantum step up in its evolutionary role. So these children are part of that interception or the upgrade of our species. Understood? Which is why born between a certain period of time and designed to exhibit a certain transformational change in conjunction with everything else which is changing in nature. Says 62, these golden children incarnate to guide the steps of others into a higher consciousness. 63, both spiritually and physical, so as being able to live in and exist in other Tapalat worlds. 64, the experience is an intergenerational one, and that such star children have the intelligence in their genes and intuitive abilities to perform the task once Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn has touched them. And the purpose of the touching, when I say touch, is to be in comparison, is to understand so that they know or can discern basically between the different planes or the nutational rate of the different levels of ether. Because they have to, it's triggering, so like resonance. So it's forcing a syncing process to take place, which is like what we were able to do when we dance or things like that. So it's not like it's physical touch, it's tone. Being touched by tone engenders that transformation. Understood? Suction. 65. Know that the consistent genetic line plays an important factor in this phenomenon. 66. If you look at people born from 1973 AD to 2003 AD, the comparison with children before then, and after then, it will testify that there's a tremendous difference. 67. They look, act different and think different. 68. Much is being lost by the fire children's offers of this world, Tapal world, and its offerings. 69. The first things they notice are the bling bling, gold, the diamond rings, change, and the grills. 70. It was the gold their inner bodies wanted on their bodies. Let's talk about the liquid gold in that regard. 71. And in their famam at mouths. 72. They don't know it, sad yet true. 73. Many have and are losing the Saham powers each day and hour. 74. Look at the statistics on the development stage in young children today from 1973 down to 2003. Record studies prove that there is a change in mind and body. 75. Recent genetic research has found this change is startling yet real. 76. There are unexplainable anomalies in some genetic history. And in 2003, it was discovered that 2,023 genes do not have the required predecessors on the genomic evolutionary tree. Yeah, so this is saying that certain genes on the planet don't have a terrestrial origin. Yeah, because you can track, for example, like a reptile, for example. When you look at a chicken is the bridge, for example, between the reptile and where those scales at a certain point in time then transform to become the feathers in a bird. Because a chicken is a flightless bird, but if you look at its legs, it has the legs or the scales of a reptile, understood? But it obviously has the structure of a bird. So you can see it's a bridgeway point. So tracking these changes in the genome, they can track that. But obviously for these genes, they don't have a terrestrial origin, understood? And it says, these extra genes are completely mixed in the invertebrate phase, 79. So they can only explain them and their presence as in a recent change, new beings, new genetic material, i.e. it's something that's been added to the genome. And if you look at even the HAR1 gene in animals and you look at it in human beings, you see it's extended in human beings. 80. These 223 genes are 2/3 the difference between the chimpanzee, monkey, Homo sapiens, and include important psychological and psychiatric function, so it can be proven. 81. These golden children are real extraterrestrials Plan ET, linked to those under the seas of this planet who came here long ago. Yeah. 82. The Mukasu Caucasoids know about this, yet keep it from your ears with all kinds of stories, lies, and denials like mermaids' existence. 83. Listen to this now, the interception we're talking about. The golden children are changed as a result of contacts with beings from the undersea world who modifies their parents' reproductive DNA starting in 1963 after the first females were born. 84. Most did not recognize any change. 85. Then in the 80s, they birthed sons and daughters who later mixed. Now you had these new beings out of control. 86. These days, because things move too slow for them on this planet, or above the Mayatap waters on this planet. 87. Living chromosomes function just like a hologramic computer using endogenous DNA. So this is talking about DNA, which they aspire the meaning to, that is affected by viruses. So this is where certain interceptions can take place, which alter the DNA, add to it, sometimes disease, so on and so forth. This is what it's making reference to. Laser radiation, being able to modulate certain tones and frequency patterns onto a laser like rays, which can influence DNA frequency, change the genetic information and outformation needed. How and why is Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn needed? Here we go. 89. You remember the first time you heard his voice. It had an effect on you. 90. His voice is really 3 tones in one. And since the basic structure of DNA, alkaline pairs, and language is of the same structure, no DNA decoding is necessary. 92. A person simply uses words and sentences of tone and arrangement and proper words and the proper sentences, and this will bring about an effect. I was born, this is talking about this touching, yeah? 93, I was born with this encoded in my DNA. As I speak, it has an effect on those who are being prepared. My voice tone can open the stargate. 95, yeah, of course, the frequency has to be correct. 96, the time must also be exact. Exact is the language of DNA. 97, we in the beginning were the Hu of ancient Hammam, Egypt, or the Logos in Greek, or the Kalimat in Arabic, referring to the word Parmadat, a tone spoken by a being in tone, Hu or Hu He, the creative force of will, that became Yah or Yahweh in flesh. If you look at the word Hu He, and you look at the word Yahweh in reverse, it's the same word, isn't it? H, W sound, isn't it? Yeah, W is a U sound, H, and Y when it's applied at the end of a word gives an E or I sound. Hu He, which is Yahweh in reverse from ancient Egypt, the creative force of will. That's why you have Hu Man or Hu Mim, so on and so forth. Yeah, which is basically one of the mental plans within Fa'ut or all, or this mental plan, or our level of existence, is the name of the mental plan within all. Is with this form existence that we're in is referred to as Hu. Now, dwell amongst you. The incarnating one who incarnates has the tone, sound, or word to move, change matter, cells, atoms. So he is called Atum to atom. Now, I spent a long time going through that, but you understand what's in play. And as I say, you go back to the story of Isis and Ray, understood, and you see what rendered the person a Haru. Yes, the woman, yes, who was not ruling at the time. It was a male-dominated world, but she saw that males are not ruling this world properly. Understood? So she sought the power of Ray to make change and tricked him into giving up his power. And as part of the deal that they made, understood in the story, is that basically, as I say, she was to keep the sacred word that she had got from Ray, and she was to give it, and she gave it to her son, but he was to keep it to the end of time. So what rendered somebody a Haru, which is the equivalent of what you're calling Jesus, yes, in our culture, was that they had the secret word or the tone. Christianity, they grafted that, isn't it? Yeah. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. The logos, the tone. See how it was hanging together? So let's look at some of the numerology around this. Thank you if you're staying a bit longer. I'm going to get to the end of this, so it's not much longer now, but I've got to get to the end of this. We're not going into another part on this. So in actual facts number 19, who is God, female or male? You understand? A very dynamic actual fact. You understand? Certainly transformed the way I saw Wu-Sabat. You understand? Not that I'm putting that on anybody else, just saying. We're given this matrix, and this matrix, as the master was explained before, matrix means womb, by the way, and basically it's saying that it's mapped out chromosomally like math, and you can look in somebody's face, for example, the master's expressed this before, so you can look in somebody's face, you can tell exactly where they're from by way of the mathematics in the person's face. And you know this because when somebody has plastic surgery oftentimes, and it's a bit odd, you can see that there's something not quite right because the maths doesn't add up properly. Understood? And we didn't, in our culture, really have even a concept of ugly. There wasn't our beauty in that regard. Because if, I don't know, a woman comes and she's a 7, I don't mean looks, I'm doing just in the number, and a man comes and he's a 5 or whatever, when they come together, it's going to equal 12. It's not that 7 is beautiful and 5 is not beautiful. It's the right result for that union. So as long as the maths is right, that's what should have happened according to nature. Understood? And that's the sum of how we look at it. Like this, the Caucasian came along, started pointing out, the big lips, this person's got light skin, this person's got dark skin or whatever, to cause division and separation, yeah, in order to conquer our people, which we're still suffering from now. So there's a chromosomal mathematics, and we see here on this chromosomal map, I think it's a bit difficult to see, but I'm trying to show you here in this matrix, yeah, that he gave us in the book. And what we see is 4 9s in the corner, and we see a 0 in the center, correct? And then we see, well, certain binary numbers which have been given, yeah, binary system, on and off, 1 and 0s. But 0 can be 8, and 1 could be 9, or interchange between the two. Yeah, so we see here 9 zeros. That's going to be 9 zeros. 9 in each corner, understood, and a 0 in the center. Paying attention? Okay. So, what do we see? 9 to make it larger. 9, 9, and then we can replace our 0 with the 8, because that's what he's given us in the key. And we can have 8 in the center, or it could be 0. The way he's given us here. So imagination, which is 2 words, image and nation, because when the woman is with child or she is pregnant, as they say, yes, her imagination, she visualizes what the child is going to look like and manifests itself. Now, because of lack of understanding, we might not take as much control of that process as we could do, but that is what is taking place. She's visualizing, or has the power to visualize what this baby is going to look like. You understand? Now, let's look at this now again. 4 9s. Add a 9. Thiamine. Guanine. Cytosine. You hear the iron in there? Femi-9. I need to say more to that. So, the most frequent frequency or tone in DNA is F sharp. Understood? Yeah, the most prevalent frequency in there is F sharp. Yeah, and it links into the pyramids. We ain't got time to go into that for today's class. We've got too much to try and close up for what we need to do. But tones, DNA, vibrational energies, Bartarak. Look into that if you want more details. But the F sharp most frequent tone within the base pairs of DNA, which you see in here, adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine. Now, So introducing this 4-in-1 principle. Yeah. So that we've been introduced. So obviously 4-in-1, got 3-in-1, 4-in-1. We've got different ones, different ones. 5-in-1, understood. Yeah, in our culture as it pertains to numbers. 4-in-1 is prevalent. So we see 4 generations, 4 seasons. And we see this 4-in-1 principle in the sacred feminine or the female. As far as she can be a mother, she could be a female, a daughter, and a grandmother in the same being. Understood? 4-in-1 principle. And as you see here, I think we've shown this before, but the Egyptian deity Tauret, you see her what? Look here, 4 toes, symbolizing obviously, or the river horse they refer to as, they call Africa sometimes a river horse, symbolic of the hippopotamus, which you find at the center of the Dendora star map is a hippopotamus, yeah? Symbolizing the fact that we are mammals who are also reptilians, yeah? So i.e. land-based and also, let's say, water-based creatures. Yeah, and the baby in the womb makes a 360-degree circle touching its energy points with all of the 12 or 24 constellations. Understand? And Tauret is where they got the word Torah, i.e. the first 5 books of the so-called Bible, or first 5 books of Moses, or 5 books of Moses. That's where they got the word Torah from Tauret. But then removed all of you women out of the book. The quartz molecule, again, which was the pyramids were covered in different types of crystalline substances. We see here also has a 4-in-1 configuration. 4 oxygen molecules, understood, with a silicone molecule in the atom, in the center. Yeah, suspended within. Being held within. Right, and the fact that these pyramids, as I say, because as we see them today is not how they were. They were covered in, let's say, crystals of different colors, yeah, and what it made them is interdimensional communication devices. Because when light hits crystals, understood, it is able to store those particles, yeah, this is light moving in darkness at certain speeds, is able to distort that information into the crystal. And basically, us touching the crystal, depending on our own abilities, it means that people can read that cosmic energy or outformation which has been stored in the crystal by way of touch. Understood? Yeah, so this is, again, part of our culture. Again, the same thing that's used today, isn't it? That we see silicone, for example, is used to store computer memory. This is basically the base material for all the chips, so on and so forth, isn't it? Yes? And the advancement or evolution of computer technology was because of silicone chips, so on and so forth. Understand? So we see a modern interpretation of a technological knowledge that existed with our people millions of years ago. We also see another 4-in-1 where 4 hydrogen atoms fuse in the presence of fused in order to produce or transform and produce helium. Another 4-in-1 principle, the first song. And we see a correlation between the spiraling of a DNA and the quartz crystal in the sand in terms of that relationship, yeah, which again is important. Now, how many years did Baba get? Or the master teacher get in prison? So, interesting enough, we see 3-in-1, which we're going to get into. So, you see that you're 1/3 your mother, 1/3 your father, and the child that is produced. So, women are what? Considered to be sharps. The men represent the flats. Them coming together in tonation to produce the child is the major tone. Understood? Hence why I say in harmony. Ha, ra, harmony. Understood? Yeah, taking us back So 1, mother, 3, 5, and then child. Yeah, and we see other triads here. So it's showing that the same system, you understand, correlates even though the vibrational environment may change. Now, look at this triangle. Now, what's wrong with this triangle? You can say in the comments. Anybody know what's wrong with this triangle? How many degrees should a triangle make up? Manthu, do you know the answer? How many degrees is a triangle? Just testing people's maths here. You still there? Am I here on my own?
I'm here.
So people say in the comments, but just asking, so not put you on the spot, but yeah, I am putting you on the spot. How many degrees in a triangle? Or how many degrees should there be in a triangle? What do all triangles add up to?
180.
180.
180 degrees.
Yeah, 180.
He saved you there, man. He saved you.
He did.
You know what I mean? All right, Mbab saved you there, man. Damn, this is why we've got to get back into our maths, man. Even though we're old, man, even though we're older, still got to get into your maths. Right, so we have this triangle here, which is how many? It's got 45 degrees in the corner. All of which total up to 135. And I'm telling you that this book, where this came from, Egyptian initiation ceremony, was released, I think, in around about 1998. So well before May 8, 2002, well before, I think, 2004, when the sentence was thrown down. And look at the numbers. Someone's trying to send a message. Or it's a coincidence. Three 45-degree angles in a circle. I think I've given you what that pertains to, or what that looks like, for those who have the eyes to see. Any questions?
Yes, we do have a question. It's from Den Ami Reye, and he's asking, 9 ether to 10 ether recycle. Can you explain 10 ether recycle, Tawatak?
I don't know if he was there earlier. I think I went through that, didn't I? In the first part of Iraq. Yeah, I went through that when we was looking at concentration. Yeah, so I think I've answered that. It's just basically, you think about, you go 1 to 9, and then 10 symbolizes really, I don't want to use words to make it too confusing, but it symbolizes going through a new dimension, overstood, to then rebirth another, something new again, overstood, because if you think about it, we go 1 to 9 symbolically, 10, a combination of 1 and 0, those like sperm and ovum coming together, whatever, and then it produces, or it allows production then of something new, of the same thing, a replication. So if you have to kind of go in and understand existence, how and why, and look at how a universe is formulated, and when they talk about it cycling through, or how, and then within that, how a sun is born and how it cycles through the first 9 elements, and then that ethereal lightning then sparks off, and then from that it then produces other suns. In a similar way, when the sun was formulated itself, that same 550 into 554 million tons of helium transformed into 554 million, it was the excess for, again, this ethereal lightning that then produced an offshoot from the sun, the original, which gave birth to the planets, understood? And then over time, isn't it? Yes, that cooled down to formulate the different planets within this solar system, or at least the naturally occurring ones in this solar system, understood? So it is an intertwining of elemental and eternal existence, or this etheric side as well, that intertwining which take place. What manifests itself in the light started place in the darkness, Understood? Yeah, as a starting point of origin, and that's what that is making reference to. Yeah, although we say 550 into 554, there's a number of processes it goes through to get that. I think the sun has about 7 burning stages that it goes through, but then you're also looking at, say, a transformation of these elements that are transforming one into another. Understood? It's not they're not, although they are elements individual, one is transforming into another, and that journey results in as I say, the birth of the sun. And if you look at neon, as I say, neon does what? It enhances that. It enhances what's there. It enhances those gases which are already there, and then, you know what I mean, blows them up so that it's 2,000, well, it's 200 times brighter, understood, than it should be. And so the sun, you know what I mean, is enhanced to make it burn a certain way, and then it produces 9 ether, and as I say, has the ability in certain instances to give birth to others of a similar type, because it's F-sexual or asexual in its reproduction. Understood? So we see here, I'm going to fly through the last few bits here so we can finish for today. But F flat, F sharp, we talked about F sharp being the predominant tonation in DNA. And remember, the pyramids, certain of the pyramids had an opening, in a sense, not a window with glass, but an opening. And basically, as the wind or shua used to pass by this opening, much like somebody blowing across the flute, it made a certain tone, understood, within a certain range. And so these pyramids, with the crystalline outer exterior, had the effect of, from a tonation point of view, altering us at a DNA level. And we have many rituals around some of these monuments that help to aid us in our transformation. One of those, which was on the land in Tamaray, which was a pyramid with a moat of water around it, was known as the Magaraj or Pa Magaraj ceremony, which was a journey within. So because human beings think in a very negative fashion, this ceremony was designed to change the polarity of the vibrational rate of the way our cells and the molecules in our body vibrated, to change to a more positive frequency. You understand? So a more can-do attitude. So that's what the master says. Success comes in cans, not can'ts. So this is some of these, how these monuments, they look aesthetically amazing, but they have purpose. You understand? They have purpose. Understood? And we see that the middle here, what do we see? Pharaoh, Khufu, on one of the pyramids. The middle one, we see is associated with Khafre, and we see Min Kare, also aligned with the 3 central stars, isn't it, of the Orion star constellation. Right, because of time, I'm not going to go through this in loads of detail, so I'm going to go directly to where we need to be. So this is Partarak, Atlantis. So just when I know about Atlantis, get Partarak, Atlantis. Understood? Yeah, what it really is. Right now, what I'm saying here is that it says, in olden times, when mortals lived in the ground, there came a great one whose name was known by a few as Jedwi Yaanuwn, a name. No mother or father, has no beginning of days, nor end of days, is worn by a chosen being. Yeah? So it's a seat as well as an individual sitting in that seat. 212. The creator of Wu-Sabat and has changed with tongues. 213. The son of Khafreye, father of the name Khamat or Khamet, Kemet, Ham, who was the father of Kashtar, Kish, Kash, and Cush, son of a son. 214. Nisut, or the guardian of mysteries. 215. Nabab, of the guardian of mysteries. 216, and the Ba'h of rights. And 217, protector of the gatekeepers, XYX and YXY, the guardian of the way to the stars. Yeah, we went through this in the previous class. Yes, about gatekeepers. 218, hermaphrodites. 219, hermaphrodites. So remember when we originally came out of the waters of this planet onto land, so we've gone from the Ogdoad phase onto the Sabatu phase, or the Iliad phase, some refer to it as 9. Yeah, so we're on land. Yeah, the beings at that time were hermaphrodites and hermaphrodites. Understood? So we were neutral gender or baphanoid beings. Understood? Having similarly type of chromosome configuration in our makeup. Yeah, hermaphrodites are both genders but lean more towards the feminine side. Hermaphrodites, both genders but lean more towards the male side. Not both genitalia, that's a defect. We're talking about the vibrational rate is double that of the normal individual person. Understood? Now, when Project 24 came along, yeah, which was 12 etheric entities from Orion, male, 12 etheric entities from Sabatat or Sirius, female, Sirius, female. Yes, that introduced us as single gender beings, you understand? I.e. male and female. Yeah, so that introduced that under Project 24. Understood? Yes? But prior to that, we were bathanoid. Let me just work through this. So, right, so the vibrational rate twice, excuse me, whose bodies vibrate on twice the resonant frequency, 221, to vibrate themselves twice and raise their body frequency. Understood? Yes? At 222, and reach out to a tun rate in the above. Listen to this now. 223, so such was Amunhutit Paraban, known by most as Ankh en Atun, yeah, who they call Ankhenaten, yeah? Proper title, Anak or Ankh en Atun, hermaphrodite. 224, and his consort was Nafur en Atun, known by most as Nafur or Nafar Tweetwe, Nefertiti of mixed Hibiru seed, yet hermaphrodite. Understood? Yes, we've got 2 gatekeepers here. Understood? 225, they together vibrate on a very high frequency and relocated to Achat Atun, horizon of Atun, also called Tel El Amana, on the east bank of the Nile in the middle of the land. We haven't got time to go into that today, but look that up. Go onto Google Earth, type in Tel El Amana, and you can see exactly where it is and its proximity to the Nile River or Nine River. 226. The site was to be the vortex to Atun above. Yes? So they were opening up a vortex, or had the ability to open up a vortex, and a certain configuration was required. Let's go through. The golden child was born of Ankh en Atun and his true wife, Kia. Yes, so he had a wife, Kia. Yeah, no, some refer to her as a consort or concubine or whatever. But here, he says his true wife. 228. This was Pa Masa Karast. Yes, so this is the word Masa come from the word Masa, and then Karast from Christ. These are Egyptian words, 10,000 years, 10,500 years older than they had been used there and got grafted into the Bible, Quran, so on and so forth. 229. Named Fahuti Ankh Amun or Tut Ankh Amun, living in the image of Amun. His name was his mother's own choice. Check this out now. Tut Ankh Amun, hermaphrodite's father, Ankh en Atun, disagreed with the worship of Amun-Re for Atun-Re to the anger of the priest of Amun. So Ankh en Atun changed his name from Tut Ankh Amun to Tut Ankh Atun. Understood? Again, wealth, sex, and death. Seek out that tape. The master goes into that in some detail. So he was intimidated because one of the depictions of Amun is Min, and it shows Amun standing with a large phallus, You understand? And he was challenged in that area, so was intimidated because of his the aspect of him that was hermaphrodite. He had double genitalia, which was a genetic defect in his case, although he was hermaphrodite, and he was intimidated by the size of, say intimidated, but he didn't like it, in a sense, so it created insecurities, and therefore sought to change the, what may be described as the emphasis on Amun to Atun, which he was the Atun, if you look at the positioning. Yes, because his name has Atun in it, which is the sun, as I say, is the highest point in the sky. And then his son would be that hidden light, as because he's not in the leadership position, he's in waiting. So he then occupies that Amun point. But he changed his name, as I say, because he wanted to move the emphasis away from Amun. 231. His throne name was Nabab Khafriyeh Emriyeh, or Neb Khapira Rura. As you see in his throne name, the master of Khafriyeh or Rayeh, the key to the gateway, the middle pyramid. First Khufu, which you see in the diagram, second and middle Khafre, and third Minkare. The gateway links to the middle star of the Sahat, Orion's belt. Listen to this now. The golden child would stand in the center with two hermaphrodites and two hermaphrodites, that is 4, each having the power of the inner resonant frequency, 2 times 4, 8, or the cube within a cube, the power to open the vortex, even transfer matter and cells. 234. This was prevented by those who did not know. 235. The hidden wisdom of neuter beings without whom you cannot open or find the gateway. Covered this in the previous part of these classes. 236. It was aligned in this day and time after the 6,000-year rule. On the night for the 9th, 09, yet you were not prepared. So another try. And the incarnate one was in the hands of the evil one who would act as the golden one for you, foiled by emotions of your own. 239. Judgments and disputes are advocates of the dead spectre 6 ether forces. 240. False interpreter of the Natharu. Misleaders, liars, deceivers, even those under the earth spoke of it. The Diru, the Tiru, the Dawani, the great father Ptah of fishes from the west beyond Abydos came to you, the great one, Jedi. Nwapians, when you hear or read of the existence of transparent, white-skinned, fur-headed humanoids on this planet before 6,000 years, this is not the Caucasoids of the cursed seed of Canaanites Kifiu Hekakasutu. Now, we're not going to go into all of that, so we covered a bit of that last week. So we see the configuration. Let's see if there's anything else we want to cover here. So, this is running through what this being conveyed, over the time in preparation for this transformation. Yeah, so seek out this book, you want to go into that in more detail. It says, who brought you the sacred right eye of Re, and watch the left eye of Ha, Re, Achat. Again, this term here. Yeah. Ha, Re, Achat. From the distant land, Ptah, Rei, Tamare, the black pyramid of its rituals, and the rites and scarab stone to link you to the rising sun, Atumre. My own color is lapis lazuli, a sign of Khafrayeh, the middle star sun of Sahat Hazam, Orion's belt, pushing the dust of earth as a dung beetle towards the sun, the beginning of a new day. Scarabaeus, Sasa, the stone light from the blue waters. These are the records of the sacred secrets of the end of times, recorded after old records of Safaf at Lawahat, Safaf, the hieroglyphs, as were and will be before your very eyes in this Partarat for your salvation. This is the records to be kept by you. Each of you stand alone on that day. Eat up this record, taste its meaning, bitter as it is. You understand? So the truth can be bitter to some, thin to others. So we recognize this configuration, isn't it, of the guardians, correct? As his interpretation with the golden child in the center to open up the gateway. The same configuration overstood as we see there in the chromosomal map. Overstood the same that is contained within the female. We see the 4-in-1 approach in the quartz crystal with the 4 oxygen molecules, and the silicon atom in the center. Understood? Yeah, we're seeing this configuration throughout the patterns in nature, and what this golden child into golden children, producing golden children, because you say Haru, it's a plural, isn't it, in the language at the end? So Ha singular, Haru is plural. More than one. And when it's talking about, but you need the first one, the configurational tone, to then set off the birth then, or the incoming of you understand, that cycle, which is what the Master Soul kept saying. I'm here to bring in, herald in the Messiah. I mean, to herald in. You're thinking it's a singular. It's a plural. It's a configuration, Re Ha Achat, a program necessary to realign and remove, as I say, our ancestors from those lower forces and recombine, so none of that energy is feeding those lower forces, as well as an interception in the Nagaru genome to upgrade the race born between, let's say, 1973 and 2003, and why the Master has worked with such urgency and thus found himself now trapped in the belly of the beast. Yes, for 135 years. And how we have to work in love and unity as the test was set for us by Enki, they say, to induce the birth of the Master and free him in order for this mission on earth to be completed. If you hear what I said. So final slide really from me, from us coming in, is to say, to remind us in terms of the religious stuff that we've been talking about in this reflection and projection classes. You understand? That you understand that their deity and what they taught and their story is nothing but in the imagination of the Mukasu, the Celtic mind. The authors, especially women who are loyal to these religions, you put so much emotional energy and so much of your essence into them. It's males that created all these different religious books, not you as females, because you are the ones, as I say, who don't necessarily say, you are the ones who have confirmed reality. Yeah, by confirming that child that you are holding, you can feel them from the perspective, or see the world from their perspective as another human being. So the fact that you were able to feel them inside you means that you have confirmed the existence of another human being. It is not, from a male's perspective, everything is only reflection and projection of our own mind and mental outwards. The next human being, whoever, could just be a hologramic illusion as far as our brain's concerned. You have confirmed differently because you have you have felt the perspective from that of another human being, thus confirm reality. That is why we need more feminine teachers. Because if anybody come and tells us and talk about religion, this, religion, that, well, you tell her, hey, well, you ain't even confirmed reality yet. I've confirmed it. I've had children. And what that feels like from the inside as you start to apply this doctrine. when we deal with reality, what did we say? We must get back and start loving reality and reason. Not myth and legend. You should have disdain for myth and legend and have love for reality and reason. So new physical gods, guess what today? Are the political leaders of the world governments. If you don't think that's in charge, who's making the decisions around this coronavirus? That stimulus check, feels like it's coming from God. It's making a serious difference. Whereas, and the decisions that they're making affecting everybody's lives as we decide to conform to it. So, last one from us. So it's saying the original man, Nagaranadu, only physical salvation is to get back to nature. Worship, respect, love, adore, appreciate nature. The true source of health, hayah, life, as ancient Mahamatu Egyptians did. Do it and start right now. So you can see who and why, yes, was your Pa Masa Karast, and what it means and how it ties into everything that we've been talking about, Rei Ha Achet, and how taking control. Remember, what did it say to you? You must center your being, where you're in the center again. You see the pattern you read about in that concentration part, Tarak? How you must be in the center with your ancestors around you, and how you must take control of the other 29 through the power of the mind concentration, you at the center. You see the pattern. You see how we, as student teachers, and you as students, soon hopefully to become teachers, understood in ever which way you are. You see how we're having to piece together this doctrine to set the right tone. The same way those golden children are going to have to piece back, you know what I mean? As part of Reha Achat, you see how we're having to piece back, pull things together in order to heal our race, those lower 1 to 6 ether levels, to make us whole and complete again and untouchable by those lower forces, by creating an environment where we're no longer in need. We are all we need to be for each other, for and by one another. Close the loop. I can be all that I want in all, as long as my want is to stay in all. We are people, understood, who understand what it means to be misaligned with our ancestors and what that feels like, and how we need to create the energy and momentum to get ourselves out of this, understand? So at least 4 generations down the line, we are completely transformed. Understood. Any questions as we finish off?
No questions here.
All right, there's no questions.
Right, I'm not going to sally you with the quiz. I might do it the next time because I think you're probably a bit knackered now. But basically, yeah, this and last week's class I think we had will be on our YouTube channel. Our next class is on the 6th of September. And we're dealing with natural law and the concept of true justice. So looking at some of these universal laws in nature, and let's say why we maybe give some indication of why we're in, and how we maybe take control and master some of these natural laws in nature with better or greater understanding of that. So it's been a number of different classes, and we thank you for your patience. As I say, probably went through maybe a third of the book, linking various different things together. But it's important that you understand, as I say, what the various different things mean. You have to start getting back into the Mohamatu mind. You know what I mean? Forget the Greek mind, forget the Caucasian mind, you know what I mean, or the Celtic mind. You have to get back into the Mohamatu, the ancient Egyptian mind, through Wu-Sabat, think as our ancestors used to think, and reawaken those dormant genes within you, so we can now start reflecting that, be vibing on that frequency, and you will receive all the answers to your questions by way of our connection to the frequency of Wu-Sabat. where we need to be, where we need to go, and say how we achieve that success by transforming ourselves individually, which helps us to transform as a race. On that note, if there are no other questions, we're going to close out the class for today. We thank you to those who stayed on for this marathon class. I think 5 parts for this book, so we're going to have to try and get it down to the 2 that we're talking about in the month. But as I say, thank you everybody. Tawakum for those who speak Sabaik. And we will see you on the 6th of September. Check out the YouTube channel. If you've got any questions in between that time, use your registration email and email those questions to us, or hit us up on our Facebook page at All Eyes on Egypt, Midlands and the North, and you can search us out on YouTube on All Eyes on Egypt, Midlands and the North also. Tawakum, everybody, thank you for your time, and we'll see you on the 6th of September. Take care.